before the mountains were raised, before the oceans found their shores, before the first breath of the first living soul. There was a word, and that word was not written on parchment. It was not carved into stone. That word was alive. 2,000 years ago, in a world broken by empire and pride, in a land where the poor cried out to the sky, that living word chose to be born, not in a palace, not in the court of kings, but in a stable in the cold among the animals, into the arms of a humble woman named Mary. His name was Jesus. And from the very first moment, the universe leaned in to listen. With us. The shepherds in the field saw a light in the sky. They fell to their knees. The wise men from distant lands followed a star for months across deserts and mountains, because something deep in their souls told them something had changed. Something had arrived. Every age has its darkness. Every generation has its despair. In Jesus' time, the Roman Empire crushed the weak beneath its boot. The religious elite had made the temple into a marketplace. The sick were called sinners. The poor were called forgotten. The outcasts were called unclean. And into all of this darkness, a single candle was lit. Not a bonfire, not a lightning bolt, just a candle. A child born in poverty, who would grow up to say words the world had never heard before.
In the beginning was the Word.
In the beginning was the Word. Light of the world, born in the dark.
He came to find and restore.
He came to find and restore us.
Not in power, not in pride,
but in love pure and endless.
but in love pure and endless.
The King who knelt to wash our feet.
To God to wash our feet, the God who made himself helpless.
This is the story of Jesus Christ. Not just a historical figure, not just a religious symbol, but the answer to the deepest question every human soul has ever asked in the dark. Is anyone there?
Is anyone there?
came to Jesus with a difficult question. Not a question about law, not a question about ritual, a question about God's heart, about whether God could really love someone who had truly, completely, utterly failed. Jesus answered, not with a sermon, not with a lecture, but with a story. There was a father, he had 2 sons. The younger son was restless, he was burning with a desire to be free, to experience the world, to live life on his own terms. And one day, he did something unthinkable. Father, give me my share of the inheritance. Now while you are still alive. In that culture, in that time, that request was the equivalent of saying to your father, I wish you were dead. And the father gave him what he asked for. The son took the money and went to a far country. He spent everything on parties, pleasure, luxury, and excess. He made 1,000 friends when he had money. And when the money ran out, the friends ran out with it. He ended up feeding pigs in a foreign field, starving, alone, ashamed. He had gone from the table of his father to sleeping in the mud. I have sinned against heaven and against my Father. I am no longer worthy to be called his son. But even the servants in my Father's house have more than enough to eat. I will go back, I will say, Father, I am sorry, please. Just make me one of your hired hands. And so he turned around and he walked home, the longest walk of his life. With every step, shame, with every breath, doubt. Will he even open the door? Will he turn me away? Do I even deserve to go back? But the Father had never stopped watching the road. Every single morning, every single evening, his eyes on the horizon. And then one day, while the sun was still far away, the Father said, my son, my son. The Father ran, a man of dignity, a man of age, a man with every right to stand at his gate with crossed arms and a cold face. He ran, he threw his arms around the filthy, pig-smelling, broken boy who had shamed his family, and he wept, and he held him, and he would not let go. Father, I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Bring the finest robe, put it on him, put a ring on his hand and sandals on his feet. Prepare a feast, we are going to celebrate, Because my son was dead and he is alive again. He was lost, and now he is found. Jesus told this story, and then he said nothing more, because he didn't need to, because everyone in that crowd understood that the father in the story was not just a father. The father was God. The most common image of God in the history of religion is this: a judge seated high, watching, recording, waiting for you to make a mistake. Jesus came to say, that image is wrong. The real God is the Father on the road, the one who runs, the one who weeps, the one who throws a party when the broken one comes home. Not because the son had earned it, not because the son had cleaned himself up, not because the son had proven himself worthy, but because he was his child, and love does not require perfection. Love requires only that you come home.
You don't have to earn your way back. You don't have to clean your face. Come as you are, just come as you are. There's a father running to embrace.
He saw you from a distance.
He's been watching for your face. All of heaven throws a party
when the lost one finds their
place.
You were dead, but now you're living. You were lost, but now you're found. Turn around and start the journey. Love is already on the ground, running, running, running toward you. Arms wide open, no conditions. Come back home now. This was always your position. 2,000 years later, the story still does what it always did. It finds the people who think they've gone too far.
It finds the ones who've made the unforgivable mistake.
It finds the ones who are feeding pigs in a foreign field. And it says, the door is open, the Father is watching the road. Come home. Jerusalem night. A garden called Gethsemane. The olive trees stood still. The disciples had fallen asleep. And Jesus knelt alone in the dark. Tomorrow was the cross. He knew it. He had known it for years. The path he was walking had always led here, to this garden, to this night, to this choice. He had healed the sick, he had fed the hungry, he had welcomed the outcast, he had spoken truth to power. And the world's response to all of that was to decide he had to die. In a few hours, he would be arrested, his friends would run, he would be beaten, mocked, crowned with thorns and nailed to a cross. And in those final hours, the full weight of every sin, every cruelty, every lie, every act of violence, every broken heart, every moment of darkness from the beginning of humanity to its end will be placed on his shoulders. And he was afraid. Father, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. I don't want this. Father, I am your son. Is there another way? Is there any other way at all? He waited. The silence answered. There was no other way. If humanity was to be reached, if the broken were to be healed, if the lost were to come home, then love would have to go all the way in. Love would have to walk into the darkest place, not from the outside, not with commands, not with power, but from the inside. By becoming the broken thing, by entering the darkness completely, by going all the way down so that no human soul could ever fall to a place where Jesus had not already been.
Father,
Not my will, but yours. Not my will, but yours. Something changed in that garden. The prayer was not answered the way he had hoped. The cup did not pass. The cross was still waiting. But in that moment of surrender, in that moment of saying, not my will, but yours, something eternal shifted. This is perhaps the most important moment in the entire history of the Christian faith. Not the miracles, not the sermons, not the resurrection even. This moment, a human being, fully God and fully man, kneeling in a garden in the dark, afraid and choosing to trust anyway. Every person who has ever prayed a prayer that seemed unanswered, Jesus prayed one too. Every person who has ever been in a dark night with no visible way out, Jesus knelt in that same darkness. Every person who has ever had to choose between what they wanted and what was right, Jesus made that choice. And he chose the harder road, not because it did not hurt, but because love sometimes has to go somewhere it would never choose on its own. In the garden, on his knees, where no one else could see, he prayed a prayer that broke his heart and still said, so be it. Not because the pain was small, not because he did not fear, but because love will always answer when the Father's will is clear. Not my will, but yours be done.
this is prayer ever spoken. Not my will, but yours be done. Even when my heart is broken. This is the road that love must walk. This is the cross that faith must carry.
Not my will, but yours be done.
Love that does not run or tarry.
He rose from the garden.
He rose from the garden.
He wiped the tears from his face. He walked toward the soldiers. He walked toward the cross. Not because he had to,
But because he had to.
but because he chose to.
Not my will, but yours be done.
Love that does not want or tarry.
He rose from the barren.
He wiped the tears from his face.
He walked with the soldiers.
He walked toward the cross.
Not because he had to,
But because he chose to.
but because he chose to.
Not my will, but yours be done.
He would help the sick. He had fed the outcasts. He had welcomed the outcasts till the legend spoken truth to power. And the world's response to all of that was to decide he had to die.
Was to decide he had to die. In a few hours, he would be arrested. His friends would run. He would be beaten, mocked. Mocked. Crowned with thorns and nailed to mock. In the moment of unity. Friday morning, Jerusalem. He had been awake all night, beaten, mocked, tried. Found innocent 3 times and sentenced to death anyway. Because that is what systems of power do when truth becomes inconvenient. They made him carry the cross through the streets of the city he had loved, past the faces of the people he had fed and healed. Some wept, some jeered, most looked away. They raised the cross, and the man who had said, "Blessed are the meek," hung there. The man who had healed the blind watched through blood-filled eyes as the crowd below mocked him. The man who had said, "Love your enemies," hung next to criminals. Father, forgive them. They do not know what they are doing. He forgave them from the cross while it was happening. Not after the pain stopped. Not after they apologized. Not after they understood what they had done. While it was happening. Forgiveness, not as a reward for repentance, but as a free gift given to people who didn't even realize they needed it. For 6 hours, he hung there. The sky went dark, the earth shook, and in those 6 hours, something was happening that went far beyond the physical suffering. Something cosmic, something that the prophets had pointed toward for thousands of years. Something that every sacrifice and every temple had been a shadow of. The weight of human darkness, all of it, was being absorbed. Not punished onto the guilty, but absorbed by the willing.
Every person who has ever been betrayed, he was betrayed. Every person who has ever been abandoned by their friends, his friends ran.
Every person who has ever been falsely accused, he was falsely accused. Every person who has ever suffered and cried out to God and heard only silence, he cried out to God and heard silence from the cross. He said, my God, why have you forsaken me? My God, why have you forsaken me? He knew what it felt like to be abandoned by heaven, so that no human being ever has to feel completely alone in that place, because he's already been there. And then, after the suffering was complete, he raised his head for the last time.
It is finished.
The temple curtain tore in two from top to bottom. The curtain that had separated humanity from God for centuries, torn, not from the bottom by human hands, but from the top. The separation was over. The door was open, not for the perfect, not for the religious, not for the deserving, for everyone, for anyone who would simply reach through that torn curtain and take the hand already extended on the other side.
They laid him in the darkness, they sealed him behind stone. They thought the story ended with a graveyard and a groan. But love does not end in silence, and truth does not stay dead. For the one who made the morning cannot be kept in a bed of dread. It is finished. The debt has been paid. It is finished. The sacrifice made. Every chain that had bound us, every wall that had crowned us, torn in two on this sacred day. It is finished.
But only the beginning.
It is finished.
The darkness is thinning, for the stone that they rolled across the door cannot hold back the morning in no lies.
They sealed the tomb. The disciples hid in locked rooms. Fear wrapped the whole world in silence.
Friday night, Saturday, and then before dawn, Sunday morning, a woman named Mary Magdalene came to the tomb in the dark. She came to mourn. She came to say goodbye properly. She came because grief sends you to the last place where the person you loved used to be. But the stone was rolled away.
She looked inside.
The tomb was empty. Not robbed empty. Not empty in a way that made sense. Empty in a way that made the air itself feel different. Empty in the way that a chrysalis is empty after the butterfly has left. Mary. One word. Her name. And in the sound of her name, spoken by a voice she recognized, 2,000 years of theology erupted in one garden at one sunrise.
Rabboni.
Teacher.
She ran.
To tell the others.
She's risen.
Not. He has been resurrected.
Something strange has occurred.
Simple, direct, world-shattering. The disciples came. They saw. They could not explain it away. There was no body. There was no grave. And in the days that followed, he appeared to them, ate with them, showed them the wounds in his hands. Not a ghost, not a vision, not a symbol. Him, alive.
The same Jesus who had wept at Lazarus' tomb, who had laughed with the children, who had sat with the broken and the outcast, who had prayed alone in a garden, who had died on a cross, was standing in front of them, breathing, smiling. The Lamb.
What matters. The resurrection was not just a miracle for one man on one morning. 2,000 years ago, if it is true, and billions of people have staked their lives on the belief that it is, then it changes everything. It means that the darkest Friday is not the final word. It means that sealed tombs are not permanent. It means that death, which is the one thing every human being has always been afraid of most, has been answered, not avoided, not denied, not made invisible, answered. Do not be afraid. All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go and make disciples of all nations.
Teach them everything I have taught you.
And know this, I am with you always, to the very end of the age. This is the gospel, the good news. Not good advice, not good principles, not a self-improvement program. News. Something happened in history, on a real cross, in a real tomb, on a real Sunday morning. And the implications of what happened reach all the way forward to this very moment, to wherever you are right now, to whatever burden you are carrying. If you are broken, he was broken. If you are afraid, he was afraid in a garden. If you feel abandoned, he cried out to a silent sky. If you are ashamed, He stood in your shame on that cross. If you feel like you've gone too far, the Father is still on the road watching for your return. And if you are simply asking in the quiet of your own heart, is any of this real? Then consider this.
No movement built on a lie has survived 2,000 years. No fabricated story has transformed hundreds of millions of lives across every culture, every language, every era. No invented teacher has made the world's most brilliant philosophers kneel in wonder.
Something happened. Someone came.
And the invitation spoken on every page of the gospel is the same invitation that was extended to the first disciples on the shores of Galilee. Come, follow me, and I will show you who you were made to be. Come, follow me, and I will show you who you were made to be. Come to the water, you who are thirsty. Come to the table, you who have none. Come as you are, broken and worthy, for the feast has been set. And the Father says, come. 2,000 years and the door is still open. 2,000 years and the love is still true. The stone has been rolled, the grave has been broken. The risen one is still looking for you. He is risen, He is risen. Seek the living among the living. All who come with empty hands, He will fill them past imagining. This is the word that walked among us. This is the love that would not quit. This is the Christ, the light, the morning. He is risen, He is risen.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word is still speaking. There is a question that lives in the chest of every human being who has ever looked up at the night sky and felt something vast staring back. The question is not complicated. It has no philosophical jargon, no theological framework. It is simply this: what does God actually look like? Not the paintings in churches, not the stained glass, not the beard and the clouds and the stern expression, but the real thing, the actual face behind the universe, the actual presence that lit the first star, the actual voice that spoke before any ear existed to hear it. That question, that burning, honest, desperate question, was asked by a man named Philip. Jesus was gathered with his 12 closest friends. He had been speaking to them for hours, trying to tell them things they were not yet ready to hear. That he was going away, that they could not follow, not yet. That he was preparing a place for them. And Philip, good, sincere, literal-minded Philip raised his hand and asked the question that was underneath every question anyone had ever asked about God. Lord, show us the Father. That is enough for us. Just show us the Father, and we will be satisfied. Show us the Father. 4 words, the deepest prayer any human being has ever had the courage to say out loud. I don't need theology. I don't need doctrine. I don't need ritual. I just need to see him. Just once. Show me the face of the one who made me. And Jesus looked at Philip with something that was not impatience and was not disappointment, but was something closer to sorrow. Philip, have I been with you all this time, and you still do not know me? Anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father?
Think about what he just said. Not,
I will introduce you to the Father.
not,
I will describe the Father to you.
not.
One day you will meet the Father.
He said, already seen him.
Every time you watched me kneel beside a leper, you saw the Father. Every time you watched me feed 5,000 people with 5 loaves and 2 fish, you saw the Father. Every time you watched me weep at a grave, you saw the Father weep. Every time you watched me eat with people who everyone else had given up on, you were watching the Father eat with them. If you want to know what God is like, look at the man who stopped for the broken. If you want to know what heaven feels like, watch the one who touched the untouchable. Every meal he shared was a portrait. Every healing was a revelation. The invisible God made visible, walking through his own creation. But Philip's question had not fully been answered, because what Jesus said that night was just the beginning. There were moments, 3 of them recorded, when the veil between heaven and earth grew thin, when the human form of Jesus could not fully contain what lived inside it. And those moments changed the men who witnessed them for the rest of their lives. This is the story of those moments. The story of what happens when God steps out from behind the curtain, even just for a few seconds, and lets you see. Six days after that conversation, Jesus took 3 of his disciples up a high mountain. Just 3. Peter, James, John. He led them away from the crowd, away from the sick who needed healing, away from the religious leaders who needed arguing with, away from the noise of the world. Up, higher, into the thin air and the silence where only God and mountains speak. And then, something happened. The scripture says simply this: Jesus was transfigured before them. His face began to shine like the sun, not reflected sunlight, not torchlight, not any kind of light that comes from outside. A light that came from within, as if the human skin of Jesus had always been a lampshade. And now, for just a moment, someone turned the lamp on at full power.
His clothes became white.
Not washed white, not cloth white. Scripture says white is light itself, the kind of white that doesn't exist in any fabric, any dye, any material. The white of creation, the white of the space between the stars, the white that was there before color had been invented. And then, two figures appeared beside him. Moses, the man who had received the law of God on a burning mountain, dead for over 1,000 years. And Elijah, the prophet who had called down fire from heaven, gone from the earth for centuries, standing there, talking with Jesus, as if time meant nothing, as if death meant nothing. Because in the presence of this light, it didn't. Lord, for us to be here, let us build 3 shelters. One for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah. He was still talking when a bright cloud came and surrounded them. And from inside the cloud, a voice. A voice that was not a voice the way human voices are voices. A voice that seemed to come from the sky and the ground and the inside of their own chests all at once. This is my Son, my beloved, with whom I am well pleased. Listen to him. The 3 disciples fell face down on the ground, not bowing, not kneeling, face down. Because when you actually encounter the weight of divine reality, your knees do not bend, your entire body goes to the earth. And then, a hand on the shoulder, warm, human, familiar. Get up. Do not be afraid. They looked up. And there was Jesus. Just Jesus. The light gone. Moses and Elijah gone. The cloud gone. The voice gone. Just a man in ordinary clothes standing on a mountain who happened to be the living presence of God. He shone like the morning. He blazed like the sun. The veil pulled back briefly to show what he's done. The law and the prophets stood witness that day, that all of them pointed to him, to the way.
This is my Son, my beloved.
Listen to him.
Listen to him, the light that cannot be hidden.
The light that burns from within. He carried the fullness of heaven inside a body of clay, and for 3 brief blazing seconds the whole cosmos gave way. They came down the mountain. Jesus told them to tell no one, not yet. Peter, James, and John, who had walked with Jesus for years, who had seen miracles, who had heard every sermon, came down that mountain knowing something they had not known before, that they were not following a teacher. They were following the Son itself. He shone like the morning. He blazed like the sun. The veil pulled back briefly to show what he's done. The law and the prophets stood witness that day, that all of them pointed to him, to the way.
This is my Son, my beloved.
Listen! excel.
There is a name in the Hebrew Scriptures. The name God gave himself. When Moses asked him, "Who are you?" God's answer was 2 words. Not a title. Not a description. Not a story.
2 words.
I am.
That was the name.
I am. Yahweh, the self-existing one. The one who needs no origin because he is origin itself. The one who needs no cause because he is the cause of causes. Now, here is where the story of Jesus becomes the most controversial and the most shattering claim in the history of human civilization.
Jesus.
On multiple occasions, standing before crowds of religious scholars who knew exactly what the name I Am meant, used that name for himself. Not once, not accidentally, 7 times. 7 declarations, each one a different facet of the same diamond. Each one answering a different kind of human hunger.
The first.
In a crowd of hungry people who had just watched him multiply bread, he looked at them and said, "I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry. Whoever believes in me will never be thirsty."
Not, "I will give you bread." Not, "I know where bread is."
I am the bread, the sustenance itself, the thing that keeps souls alive, not just bodies.
The second.
In the treasury of the temple, surrounded by religious authorities demanding to know his credentials,
He said, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life."
he did not say, "I will point you toward the light." He did not say, "I have a lantern for you." I am the light, the same light that was there before the first morning, the light that darkness has never, not once in all of history, been able to extinguish.
The third. Standing outside the tomb of a man named Lazarus, 4 days dead, while the sister of the dead man wept at his feet.
I am the resurrection and the life. Even though they die, they will live. Do you believe this? Do you believe this? He asked her. He asks everyone. Not, "Do you understand this?" Not, "Can you explain this?" Do you believe it? The 4th, on the night of his arrest, to confused and frightened men who asked, "Lord, we don't know where you are going. How can we know the way?" He said, "I am the way, and the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." Not a way, the way, not a truth, the truth, not a life, the life. In that moment, he was not saying, "My religion is the right one." He was saying something far stranger, far larger. He was saying, "I am what you are all looking for, whatever you call it. Whatever language you search in, whatever tradition you search through, when you find what you are truly looking for, you will find me." I am the bread when your soul is starving. I teaching Kung Fu. But there is one more, not from the sermon on the mount, not from a parable, not from a moment of teaching. This one came in a courtyard at night when an armed mob with torches and weapons came to arrest him. The leader stepped forward, asked who they were looking for. Jesus of Nazareth, they said. And Jesus, who could have run, who could have hidden, who could have called 10,000 angels, stepped forward and said 2 words, I am. The scripture says, they drew back and fell to the ground. An armed military force, trained soldiers, people who had seen executions, they fell to the ground from 2 words. Because when the source of all existence says its own name, even armed men cannot remain standing. 7 times he said, I am. And each time, he was not claiming to be a good teacher, not a prophet, not a spiritual guide. He was claiming to be the same voice that spoke to Moses, the same presence that had no beginning, the same light that the darkness has never, not in 10,000 years, been able to put out. Think of this. 𝐿𝐶. Sorrows and silence. It's ipsing someone who has read something and cannot forget it. 60 years after the resurrection, a very old man sat on a rocky island called Patmos. He was an exile, imprisoned there by the Roman Empire for the crime of believing. His name was John. The same John who had been one of the 3 on the mountaintop at the Transfiguration. The same John who had leaned against Jesus at the Last Supper. The same John who had stood at the foot of the cross. He had walked with Jesus for 3 years. He had seen more miracles than he could count. He knew the face of Jesus, the human face, better than almost anyone alive. And then, one Sunday morning on that island, he heard a sound. He said it was like a trumpet, not a military trumpet, something bigger, something that seemed to come from above and behind and within, all at once. And he turned around. What he saw was not the Jesus he remembered. He saw a figure standing in the center of 7 lampstands of gold. His robe went to the ground, a golden sash across his chest. His head, his hair was white, white like snow, white like blazing wool. Not old man white, the white of the beginning, the white of before everything. His eyes were like flames of fire. Not reflecting fire, like made of fire, eyes that were burning. And the fire was not consuming, but seeing everything, all of it.
at once. His feet were like bronze, glowing in a furnace. His voice. John searched for a way to describe it. He said it was like the sound of many waters. Not a river, not a waterfall. Many waters. Every ocean, every river, every raindrop that had ever fallen, and every wave that had ever broken, on every shore, speaking at once, in one voice. And his face, John wrote, his face was like the sun shining in all its brilliance. Not like a candle, not like a torch, not like a lamp, like the sun at full noon, unfiltered, unshielded. The face that Philip had asked to see, that his human eyes literally could not see. And John, who had reclined against this man at dinner, who had held his hand, who had heard his laugh, fell face down like a dead man. A very old man sat on a rocky island. Very old man sat. A very old man. "60 years after the resurrection, a very old man sat. A very old man sat on a rocky island called Patmos. 60 years after the resurrection, a very old man sat. A very old man sat. A very old man sat. A very old man sat on a rocky island. A very old man sat. A very old man. 60 years after the resurrection. 60 years after. 60 years after. 60 years. 60 years. 60 years. 60 years after the resurrection. 60 years after the resurrection. 60 years. In the Gospel of John, the very first verse, before any story begins, before any miracle, before any sermon, the writer sets the stage with 3 sentences that should stop every reader in their tracks. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word. The writer uses a Greek term, logos. In Greek philosophy, logos meant the rational principle behind all existence, the ordering intelligence of the universe, the reason that reality makes sense rather than dissolving into chaos. The writer is saying that logos, that ordering intelligence, that reason behind all existence was Jesus. Not just a teacher sent by God, not just a prophet representing God. The actual intelligence behind the architecture of the universe took on a body, walked through a marketplace, got tired, ate bread, wept at a funeral. Oh, the man who had once hunted Christians and then met the risen Jesus on a road and was blinded by the encounter, wrote this about the nature of Christ. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. In them all things hold together. Not he created things and then left. Not he designed the universe and retired. Right now, at this moment, the nuclear forces that keep atoms from flying apart, the gravity that keeps planets in orbit, the speed of light that keeps the universe from collapsing, hold together in him. And yet, the same force that holds galaxies in their courses stopped and asked a woman for a drink of water, stopped and told a story about a lost sheep to make a shepherd feel understood, stopped and picked up children when his disciples tried to send them away. In the vision of John, in the book of Revelation, the cosmic Christ says something that echoes what Krishna said on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. I am coming soon. I hold the stars in my right hand. I walk among the lampstands of gold. I was. I am to come. In the Bhagavad Gita, when the warrior Arjuna saw the universal form of the divine, he saw armies being consumed, stars being absorbed, all time flowing into one eternal mouth. And he was terrified. God said, I am time. I am the destroyer of worlds. In the book of Revelation, same thing from a different window. The cosmic scale, the eternal nature, the one before whom all of history, every empire, every king, every civilization is a single breath.
But here is where the Christian vision adds something that the terrified warrior also needed to hear.
Look, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and eat with that person, and they with me.
The one who holds galaxies together is knocking at your door.
Waiting to be let in, not forcing, not commanding, not overwhelming you with his cosmic form. Knocking.
This is the paradox at the heart of Christianity, and perhaps the most astonishing idea in the history of human thought.
The infinite chose to become approachable. The eternal chose to enter time. The source of all power chose to become vulnerable. Not because he had to, not because he was diminished, but because love, if it is real love, comes to where you are.
It does not wait for you to climb high enough. It descends.
He holds the stars in his right hand. He knocks on a door with the other. The galaxies spin at his word, and still he calls every soul brother.
Time is a river he made, and he stepped into it willingly. The King of all kings and all ages stood asking, will you let me
Alpha, Omega, the vast and the near, the Lord of all ages who chose to appear. He spoke and the universe trembled and shone, and then he stood knocking at doors all alone. Come in, he is waiting outside, the infinite God who steps down from his pride. The stars are his servant, the cross is his sign. I am the beginning.
The question that Arjuna could not bear
Who are you, really?
has an answer in the Christian story.
He is the Alpha, he is the Omega, he is the intelligence behind the atoms, he is the warmth behind the words. Do not be afraid, he is the one who holds everything together.
And the one who is knocking at your door at the same time. At the same time.
After John saw the cosmic vision, after the armies of light, after the voice like many waters, after the face like the blazing sun, the hand touched his shoulder, the familiar hand, the hand he had held when they walked together, the hand he had watched break bread and pass it to hungry people. And Jesus said, do not be afraid.
This is the pattern.
Every time God shows his full scale, every time the curtain parts, every time a human being gets a glimpse of what actually lies behind the universe, the response is always the same. Fear, awe, collapse. And then a hand and the words, "Do not be afraid." Because the cosmic form, the blinding glory, the armies and the stars and the voice like oceans was not the final word. The final word is not terror. The final word is not distance. The final word is love. In the Gospel of John, on the morning of the resurrection, Jesus appeared on the shore of the Sea of Galilee. Peter and 6 of the other disciples had gone back to fishing. They had been out all night, caught nothing. In the gray of early morning, a man stood on the shore, called out to them. They did not recognize him, not yet. He told them to cast the net on the right side. They did. 153 fish.
And John, the one who had seen the cosmic vision,
Looked at the shore.
recognized the shape of the miracle.
It is the Lord. Peter jumped into the water and swam to shore. Not a measured, dignified entrance. He jumped in, swam. Because that was Peter. And because even after the cosmic vision, even after the cross and the resurrection, the first thing he wanted when he knew Jesus was near was to get there faster.
And on the shore,
A fire, fish cooking on it, bread.
and on the sea,
And Jesus said to the exhausted fisherman disciples, "Come and have breakfast. Come and have breakfast." The one who said, "I am the bread of life," was making breakfast. The one whose face John could not look at was grilling fish on a beach. The Alpha and the Omega was handing out bread to 7 tired men who smelled like fish and hadn't slept.
This is what the Christian story says about how God is truly known. Not through the cosmic vision, not through the blinding glory, not through the terror of the universal form. Those things are real. Those things are true. But they are not the door. The door is smaller. The door is a breakfast on a beach. The door is bread broken in ordinary hands. The door is a voice saying your name in the dark of an empty garden. The door is a hand on your shoulder when you've fallen face down. I have called you friends, not servants, friends. Because I have made known to you everything I heard from my Father. You did not choose me, I chose you. And my command is this: love one another as I have loved you. This is the answer that the Gita's chapter 11 also arrives at in the final verses. Not fire sacrifices, not scholarship, not austere ritual, not religious performance. Only love, only devoted, wholehearted, undivided love can truly know the divine. The cosmic form shows you the scale, but the beloved face, the face of the friend and the brother, shows you the heart. You do not need to climb a mountain to find this. You do not need to earn a divine vision. You do not need credentials or purity scores or a perfect record. You need only this: the willingness to say, I want to know you. And He, the one who holds galaxies and makes breakfast, will meet you exactly where you are. He grilled fish in the morning for the man He called His own. The Lord of all creation made a fire so they'd come home. He could have sown them thunder. He could have blazed like noon. Instead He whispered, come eat breakfast. I have been waiting here for you. This is the face of the infinite, gentle enough to be known. This is the voice of the eternal, quiet enough to feel close to home. Not in the fire, not in the earthquake, but in the still and the small and the near. Come to the shore where the fire is burning. The beloved is already here.
Come to breakfast.
Come. You are known.
The door is open.
Come. You are not alone. He was the first and He is the last. He holds the stars and He holds your past. And still He calls you friend. He calls you friend. Chapter 2 ends the way every chapter of this story ends. Not with terror, not with distance, not with impossible requirements, but with a fire on a shore and a meal prepared, and the voice saying, come and eat. You are welcome here. You have always been welcome here. The cosmic Christ and the breakfast Christ are the same person. The face that cannot be looked at and the face that breaks bread with friends are the same face. And the invitation from both is the same. Iran is back in the headlines. And this time, it is not a regional conflict anymore. It is shaking the entire Middle East. It is shaking America. It is shaking the world. But here is what no one is telling you. Everything happening right now was written down 2,600 years ago. Every alliance, every attack pattern, every nation involved, written in a book that is still, to this day, the best-selling book in human history. Today we are going to look at 4 prophecies. 4 ancient texts that read like intelligence briefings written millennia before the nations they describe even existed. And when you see how precise these words are, you will understand. These are not historical coincidences. And
and stay until the very end. Because in the final prophecy, you will discover something very few dare to teach. The unexpected love God has for Iran, even in the hour of judgment. It all started with a man named Noah. After the flood, after the waters receded, after the earth was silent and empty and new, humanity was reborn through his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and buried inside that family line, hidden like seeds in dark soil, were 2 names. 2 names that would grow, centuries later, into the nation we now call Iran. The first name was Madai, son of Japheth. His descendants settled in the northern highlands of what is now Iran. They became the Medes. The second name was Elam, son of Shem. His descendants, the Elamites, settled in the fertile plains of the southwest. Near the Persian Gulf, and Elam grew fast, from an obscure tribe to one of the oldest and most powerful civilizations in human history. And the Bible tells us that Elam was the first nation to strike directly at the people of God. Genesis chapter 14. 4 kings from the east, led by Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, formed a coalition. They invaded Canaan, plundered cities, enslaved peoples, and carried off Lot, Abraham's nephew. And Abraham, with only 318 trained servants, pursued the entire coalition. In a single night, he defeated them, rescued Lot, freed the captives, and sent the kings of the east back, humiliated. This was the first war ever recorded in the Bible, and it was between the descendants of what is now Israel and the people of what is now Iran. Think about that. 4,000 years ago, the first biblical conflict was between the predecessors of Israel and the predecessors of Iran. Millennia have passed, names have changed, borders have changed, weapons have changed. The pattern has not changed.
From the mountains and the rivers of the ancient Persian plain, they rose against the promise and they rose against the name. But every king who challenged what was written in the stars discovered in the morning that the victory was not ours.
The first war was recorded in the oldest book of all. The same names, the same nations, the same rise and fall. Genesis to Revelation, every chapter tells the same. No power stands forever when it fights against the flame.
From the very first pages the story was told, from the rivers of Persia to the ages of old. Iran was in the garden of the prophecy designed, every war and every treaty running perfectly in line. The God who made the nations wrote the ending in the start. He knew the kings of Persia and he knew every heart. From the very first pages the story was told.
did not disappear after that first defeat. Those tribes grew strong again. And that is when God spoke to the prophet Jeremiah and revealed the first of 4 shocking prophecies about this land, about this nation, about what was coming and what would come after. Good hand is what no one is telling you.
Jeremiah chapter 49. A prophecy written approximately 600 years before Christ about a specific region in what we now call southwestern Iran. And what you are about to hear sounds less like an ancient prophecy and more like a modern intelligence briefing. This is what the Lord Almighty declares. I will break the bow of Elam, the chief source of their strength.
The bow. In the ancient world, the Elamites were famous throughout civilization as the greatest archers on earth. Their national defense was not great walls, not a massive infantry. Their power was the ability to strike before the enemy could get close. Long-range precision weapons. Their bow was not just a weapon. It was their national identity, their pride, the foundation of their military confidence. Now look at Iran today. What is Iran's real strategic power? Not its infantry, not its air force. Iran's actual military strength is its ballistic missile program. Over 3,000 projectiles capable of reaching Israel, Saudi Arabia, and American military bases throughout the region. And here is what makes this prophecy so precise. It should stop you completely. A ballistic missile follows a parabolic arc through the atmosphere. A drawn bow also follows a parabolic arc. The exact same curve, just on an orbital scale. When Jeremiah wrote, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief source of their strength, he was describing, in the only technical language available to him, the destruction of a long-range weapons program. A missile program. Written 600 years before Christ, about a region that today hosts Iran's most advanced underground missile silos.
And the prophecy does not stop at the missiles. It continues. I will bring upon Elam the 4 winds from the 4 quarters of heaven, and will scatter them toward all those winds.
And there shall be no nation where the outcasts of Elam will not go.
A mass exodus.
A catastrophe so total that the people of that region of Iran would be forced to flee to every nation on earth. A complete global dispersion.
Look at a world map today.
The Iranian diaspora spread across the United States, Canada, Europe, the United Kingdom, Australia, the UAE. Millions of Iranians scattered to every nation on earth.
Already.
And then the prophecy describes what triggers this. I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies, and before those who seek their life I will bring disaster upon them. My fierce anger declares the Lord, and I will send the sword after them until I have consumed them.
Here is the detail that is almost impossible to dismiss.
Ancient Elam corresponds today to Iran's Khuzestan province. This is where Iran concentrates its oil refineries, its energy centers, its most critical infrastructure. A judgment of fire on that specific area would mean massive oil fires, smoke columns visible from space. Exactly as the prophecy describes.
But this prophecy does not end with destruction.
And this is where it becomes unlike any other. Judgment prophecy in the entire Bible, most nations condemned in Scripture, are simply gone. Babylon forever destroyed, Sodom forever destroyed.
But look at what Jeremiah says about Elam.
But it shall come to pass in the latter days that I will bring back the captives of Elam, says the Lord.
A restoration.
After the judgment, after the scattering, after the missiles are broken, God promises the people of that land a return. This is the only nation in the entire Old Testament condemned with this level of specificity and then promised restoration in the same prophecy. They built the bow 1,000 years before the missile arc. They were the archers of the empire in the ancient dark. But written in the margins of the oldest book on earth, the bow will be dismantled and the judgment will come first. Then scattered to the nations but not lost beyond return. The Lord who broke the weapon kept a fire still to burn. In the latter days a promise to the people of that plain. The captive will be gathered and they will come home again.
The bow of Elam broken, the prophecies fulfilled, the missiles and the silos and the ancient blood that spilled.
But after all the judgment, after all the scattered years, God keeps a word of restoration for the ones who shed their tears. 600 years before Christ, this was already told. The ark of every weapon and the ending of the cold. The bow of Elam broken, but the people not destroyed. The bow of Elam broken, but the promise not void. The first prophecy follows a sequence that reads like modern military doctrine. First, the long-range weapons are neutralized. Second, a catastrophe triggers mass displacement. Third, a political transformation takes place. And fourth, after all of it, the people are restored.
Written 600 years before the birth of Christ.
About a nation that today has the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East. When Jerusalem burned, When the Babylonian army dragged 10,000 Hebrews into captivity, one of those captives was a teenager. His name was Daniel. He had been pulled from his home, from his mother, from everything he knew, and placed as a slave in the court of the most powerful empire on earth. But God chose this one. Out of 10,000 captives, and gave him something no Babylonian sage had ever received. Visions. Dreams that did not just speak of his own time, but mapped the political architecture of centuries yet to come. When King Nebuchadnezzar was shaken by a dream that none of his advisors could interpret, Daniel was brought before the monarch. A slave teenager, standing before the most powerful king on earth. And what he said next has been confirmed by every major civilization that has risen and fallen since. He told the king what he had dreamed. A colossal statue with a head of gold, a chest and arms of silver, a belly and thighs of bronze, legs of iron, feet of iron mixed with clay. And then Daniel said, "You, O king, are the head of gold, the greatest empire of your time, Babylon. But after you, another kingdom will rise, inferior to yours, pictured by the chest and the arms of silver." Notice the image carefully. Silver is less precious than gold, but harder, more resilient. And notice this. The silver figure had not one arm, but two. Two arms joined to one chest. Two powers, one empire. This was the Medo-Persian Empire. The Medes and the Persians joined into one body, but unequal. The Persian arm would dominate, the Persian side would rule, exactly as history recorded. And the name of that empire on today's map is Iran. Is Iran. But Daniel was not finished receiving visions. Years later, while he slept, another dream struck him with such force that it left him pale and trembling for days. He saw a sea, not a calm sea, a prophetic sea, nations in chaos, the roar of political upheaval, empires colliding. And from the churning waters, 4 beasts rose, one after another, in order. The first was a lion, with the wings of an eagle. Speed, power, pride, conquest, Babylon, modern-day Iraq. Archaeology confirmed this centuries later, when excavators uncovered the Ishtar Gate and found that the winged lion was the very emblem of Babylon. But as Daniel watched, its wings were torn off. It was lifted from the ground, made to stand like a man, and given a human heart.
even the fiercest empire can be humbled. Then the lion disappeared, and a second beast arose, a bear, but not standing evenly. It was raised up on one side, leaning asymmetric, one side dominant over the other, and in its mouth, between its teeth, 3 ribs. Daniel is told the bear is the Medo-Persian Empire. Ancient Iran, raised higher on one side because Persia dominated media. 2 peoples, 1 empire, one clearly ruling the other, and the 3 ribs in its mouth. History answered this with surgical precision. The 3 ribs were the 3 great powers that Persia crushed to build its empire. First, Lydia, the wealthy kingdom of Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey. Second, Babylon, the empire that had once enslaved the Jews, modern-day Iraq. Third, Egypt, the ancient oppressor of Israel, modern-day Egypt. 3 ribs, 3 conquests. Exact. Now look at Iran today. What does it hold in its grip? Iraq, where Iranian-backed militias dominate the political system and run military operations without restriction. Syria, where Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard operate at will and maintain permanent bases. Yemen, where the Houthis launch missiles with Iranian weapons, Iranian funding, and Iranian instruction. 3 ribs, different countries, different century, different names.
Same bear, same mouth, same hunger.
Daniel saw this in a vision 2,500 years ago. And what he described in the only language available to him, a bear with 3 ribs in its teeth, is on every geopolitical analysis desk in Washington and Jerusalem today. The empire changed its name. The appetite did not. He saw it in a vision by the river in the night. He saw the bear ascending with its ribs held tight. 3 kingdoms in its jaws from the western southern plains. 3 allies in its proxy wars, 3 modern-day campaigns. Babylon, Lydia, Egypt, now Iraq, Syria, Yemen. Sure, the names have all been changed, but the bear still wants more. 25 centuries, and the pattern stays the same. Daniel drew the portrait, and the portrait has a name.
The bear is still ascending, one side raised up high. The Revolutionary Guard with its asymmetric eye. 3 ribs in ancient scripture, 3 nations in its hold. The vision that was given in is more current than the cold.
Daniel saw the empires rising up from chaos sea. He saw the bear's ambition and exactly what it be. The bear is still ascending, the ribs still in its teeth. 2,000 years of prophecy confirmed beneath. Every analyst today speaks of Iran's axis of resistance, the network of proxy forces stretching across Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. Daniel called it a bear with 3 ribs in its mouth. He was told to rise and devour much flesh. That order has not been rescinded. The permission however, has an expiration date.
Persia is not only a nation of judgment in Scripture. There is a chapter of this story that almost no one tells because it disrupts every simple narrative. There was a time when Iran saved Israel. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, directly, completely, at enormous cost to itself.
He is my shepherd, the prophet Isaiah wrote 150 years before the event, before the man was even born.
These words, this is what the Lord says to Cyrus, his anointed, whose right hand I take hold of, to subdue nations before him, and to strip kings of their armor, to open doors before him, so that gates will not be shut.
He is my shepherd, and will accomplish all that I please. He will say of Jerusalem, let it be rebuilt, and of the temple,
let its foundations be laid. This is the only time in the entire Bible that the word anointed, a title reserved for the highest sacred office, was given to a non-Jewish king. One man, called by name, 150 years before he was born.
Cyrus.
And Cyrus the Great rose exactly as described. He united the Medes and the Persians. He built the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen. His dominion stretched from India to Ethiopia. And then he set his eyes on Babylon, the city that had destroyed Jerusalem, the empire that had enslaved God's people for 70 years.
One night, while King Belshazzar hosted a banquet for 1,000 nobles, Cyrus diverted the Euphrates River. His troops walked silently along the exposed riverbed, right into the city.
The gates, inexplicably, were open, just as the prophecy had said.
That same night, Babylon fell without a battle, and the next morning, the decree went out across the entire Persian Empire.
All peoples in exile may return to their homelands, may rebuild their temples. Persia will fund the work. The Jewish people had wept by the rivers of Babylon for 70 years. How can we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? And now, a Persian king, a man named 150 years before his birth, stood up and said,
Go home. Rebuild. I will pay for it.
But Persia's role in Israel's survival did not end with Cyrus. Decades later, in the Persian capital of Susa, a story unfolded that reads like the most dramatic political thriller ever written. And its themes echo directly in the headlines of today. The city of Susa, southwestern Iran, the same region that today hosts Iran's short-range missile bases, its most important oil refineries, the heart of the Revolutionary Guard's Southwestern Command structure. In the time of King Ahasuerus, this was the throne room of the world. And in that throne room, a conspiracy was taking shape to eliminate every Jewish person in the entire Persian Empire. A man named Haman had risen to become the second most powerful figure in the empire. He demanded that everyone bow to him. A Jewish man named Mordecai refused, and Haman's anger did not stop at one man. He went to the king and he said,
There is a certain people scattered throughout all your provinces, whose customs are different from everyone else, who do not obey the king's law.
It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them. Listen to those words. A certain people scattered throughout your provinces to be destroyed. Does that sound familiar? That rhetoric issued from a palace in southwestern Iran millennia ago echoes in Tehran streets today.
Death to Israel.
The spirit of Haman does not seem to have left the building.
But there was someone in the palace that Haman did not know about. The queen was a Jewish woman named Esther.
An orphan, raised by her cousin Mordecai, hidden identity. When Mordecai sent word of the decree, he said to her,
Who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
To reach the king, she would have to approach him uninvited. Anyone who entered the king's hall without a summons could be executed on the spot, unless the king extended his golden scepter. For 3 days she fasted. For 3 days she prepared. And then she walked in.
The king extended the scepter.
She invited him to a banquet and then to another. And at the second banquet she unsheathed the truth.
If I have found favor in your eyes, grant me my life and the lives of my people. For we have been sold to be destroyed, killed, and annihilated. If we had only been sold as slaves, I would have kept quiet.
But the enemy is this wicked man, Haman.
Was hanged on the very gallows he had built for Mordecai. And the Persian Empire, without even fully understanding what it had done, became a shield for the people of God.
The book of Esther teaches us something that the headlines of today cannot teach.
In Iran, there have always been two forces in conflict. The spirit of Haman, bent on annihilation, and the way of Esther, which protected, preserved, and intervened. Both forces exist there today. Both have always existed there. And the question of which one prevails is not merely political. It never was.
She stood in the palace with everything at stake, a hidden Jewish orphan for a hidden Jewish sake. No army behind her and no scepter of her own, just the favor of the king and the seed that she had sown. Who knows, but perhaps you've come to this for such a time. Perhaps your hidden season was all part of the design. The Haman who is plotting and the Esther who is brave both walk the ancient hallways of the palace and the grave.
For such a time as this is why you're here. For such a time as this,
When the path is unclear,
Eternal Son is heard before he drew his first breath.
Esther chose her people over everything but death. Persia saved the temple and the people and the line. A pagan king, an orphan girl, both woven in design.
for such a time as this, the ancient word still stands.
The kingdom that is coming is still held in his hands.
Persia saved Israel.
Twice. Once through Cyrus,
Who rebuilt the temple?
Once through Esther, who stopped a genocide.
This is the same nation
That today's headlines describe.
as Israel's greatest threat.
That is not a coincidence.
It is a story with more chapters still to come. It is a story
With more chapters still to come.
Ezekiel chapter 38, written 2,600 years ago. What you are about to hear is not ancient history. It is a description of a military coalition that is assembling right now, in real time, in today's news cycle. The word of God came to the prophet Ezekiel.
Son of man, set your face against Gog of the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him.
This is what the Lord God says. I am against you, O Gog. Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them. Persia, the first name in the coalition, not Russia, not Turkey, not any other nation, named directly 2,600 years ago. Ancient Persia is modern Iran.
And now look at who else is named
Gog,
from the land of Magog, described as coming from the far reaches of the north. Draw a line due north from Jerusalem, through Turkey, through the Black Sea, all the way to the northern edge of the continent.
you arrive in Russia.
And the military alliance between Moscow and Tehran is the strongest it has ever been in the history of both nations.
Iran supplied Russia with Shahed drones
used against civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Russia gave Iran S-400 air defense systems, satellite technology, advanced military cooperation agreements. Two nations named together in a prophecy 2,600 years ago are today signed into the most significant military partnership of the 21st century.
Kush and Put, regions associated with Sudan and Libya, both today controlled by extremist militias, both today aligned with Iranian interests. Gomer and Togarmah, regions associated with Turkey and the Caucasus, nations increasingly coordinating with Iranian regional strategy.
On April 13th, 2024,
Iran launched a direct attack on Israel. For the first time in history, state-sponsored missiles and drones filled the skies between Iran and Israel. Over 300 projectiles. Ezekiel described the final attack like this.
You will come from your place in the far reaches of the north. You and many peoples with you,
a great multitude and a mighty army.
You will advance against Israel like a cloud covering the land.
In the ancient world, a cloud covering the land meant an army too large to count, numbers filling the horizon.
Today, that image perfectly captures a saturation attack with missiles and drones, the sky filled with a deadly cloud. April 13th was a rehearsal.
The prophecy warns
That the final attack will be this event multiplied many times over.
And there is a detail in Ezekiel's prophecy that is almost too specific to be coincidence.
The attack comes from the north. Iran has deployed missile bases in northwestern Iran, near the Turkish border, and in southern Syria.
The 𝐌𝐸𝐬𝐬𝐸𝐸 shaken missile, launched from those positions, flies a direct trajectory into the heart of Israel, tracing exactly
The route Ezekiel described 2,600 years ago. But Ezekiel does not end the prophecy with the attack. He describes what happens next. And this is where the prophecy becomes unlike any military analysis ever written. I will execute judgment on him, with plague and with blood. I will pour down torrents of rain, hailstones, fire, and sulfur on him and on his troops, and on the many peoples with him. Some analysts read this as the effects of electromagnetic pulse weapons, capable of disabling an entire country's electronics, neutralizing missile guidance systems, and sending weapons back on their own origin points. Others read it as something that no military analysis has a category for, a direct act of divine power in front of the watching world. But here is what the prophecy says the attack is meant to accomplish.
And so I will show my greatness and my holiness, and I will make myself known in the sight of many nations, and they will know that I am the Lord.
This battle is not Iran's to claim. The final war is not going to be remembered as Iran's military victory, or Russia's, or any coalitions. According to the prophet Ezekiel, it is going to be remembered as the moment the God of Abraham made himself undeniably known to every watching nation, all at once.
The coalition gathers from the north and from the east. The ancient names of Ezekiel are coming to their feast. Persia first among them, as the scripture said it would, joined by every ally that the prophet understood. The missiles fill the heavens and the drones cover the sky. The cloud that Ezekiel saw is rising now on high. But there is one who watches and has seen this day before. He drew the coalition and he drew the final score. Persia, Cush, and Magog, the ancient words align. The coalition building is the finishing of the design. 2,600 years and every name is here. The prophecy is active and the final hour is near. They will surge like a tempest, they will come.
river in what is now southwestern Iran, and wrote down the names of every nation that would form the final coalition against the Jewish people today. Those nations are in the news every day, forming alliances, signing agreements, sharing weapons, rehearsing attacks. The stage is not being set. The stage is already set.
Fuse a cushion Magog, the ancient words align. The coalition building is the finishing of the design.
600 years.
There is one more thing that most people who study these prophecies never reach or never teach, because it disrupts every simple narrative about Iran and judgment and war. Go back to Jeremiah chapter 49. The same prophecy that described the breaking of the bow, the missiles, the mass displacement, the fires and the judgment. Read it all the way to the end. Because after all of the judgment, after every word of destruction, there is one sentence that makes Iran unlike every other condemned nation in the entire Bible. But in the latter days, I will restore the fortunes of Elam, declares the Lord.
I will restore the fortunes of Elam.
Not Babylon. Babylon was told forever desolate, no one to live there gone. Not Sodom. Sodom was told an example of eternal fire. But Elam, Iran, was told in the same breath as its judgment, you will come back. This changes everything about how we read what is happening today. Because if that promise is true, then what we are watching in the news headlines is not simply the story of Iran's judgment. It is the story of Iran's transformation, a nation that will pass through fire and come out the other side, restored. And now think about the Magi. Matthew chapter 2. Wise men came from the east to Jerusalem, saying, "Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him." Magi, from the Greek magoi. These were the learned astronomer priests of the Medo-Persian tradition, the guardians of ancient wisdom, the keepers of Daniel's prophecies. Daniel had been the chief of the wise men in the Babylonian and Persian courts. He had written a mathematical prophecy in Daniel chapter 9, a countdown to the arrival of the Messiah, exact to the year. These magi from Iran were the ones who had preserved those writings, and when the star appeared, they knew the time Daniel had calculated had come. Crossing deserts, crossing mountains, coming to Bethlehem with 3 gifts. Gold, acknowledging his kingship; frankincense, confessing his divinity; myrrh, anticipating his sacrifice and death. Without knowing it, they proclaimed the greatest mystery of the universe in 3 containers. And here is what should stop everyone completely. The scholars in Jerusalem stayed home. Herod was planning a murder. And the ones who came, the ones who recognized, the ones who knelt were from Persia, from Iran.
The first Gentiles to acknowledge the King of Kings were Iranian. Look at the complete arc now. From Genesis, Elam rises as Israel's first military adversary. Through Isaiah, Cyrus is named 150 years early and rebuilds the temple. Through Esther, an Iranian palace saves the Jewish people from genocide. Through Jeremiah, Iran's judgment is announced and its restoration is promised in the same sentence. Through Daniel, the empire is mapped with precise detail that matches today's headlines. Through Matthew, Iranian wise men are the first Gentiles to recognize the Messiah. Through Ezekiel, Iran leads the final coalition, only to be stopped by divine intervention. And through Jeremiah again, the last word, restore. And today, this restoration is already beginning. In Iran, the fastest growing Christian movement on earth is happening right now. Not publicly, not safely, at great personal cost. Millions of Iranians, disillusioned with the regime, with the ideology, with the violence, are encountering Jesus in dreams. Dreams. The same medium God used with Daniel to reveal the future of empires. The same medium God used with the Magi to warn them not to return to Herod. God is speaking to the Iranian people in the same language He has always used with them. Persia, unlike any other nation in prophetic scripture, has traversed the full arc of sacred history. From threat to redeemer, to threat again, to final judgment, and beyond the judgment, to restoration. Because that is the nature of the God who wrote all of this down before any of it happened. He does not simply judge nations, He calls them back.
And so after everything you have heard, after the broken bow, and the bear with 3 ribs, and the coalition of Gog and Magog,
Let me ask you this.
where in this story?
Do you think we are?
Because every indicator points to the same answer.
The alliances have formed, the weapons are built, the rehearsals have happened, the names are all in the news. And Mordecai's words to Esther, spoken in a palace in southwestern Iran 3,000 years ago, still apply to every person watching, to every nation observing, to every soul uncertain of what to do with what they are seeing. Who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
God's plan has always been complete. It has always been written. And it has always did a door of return for every nation and every person willing to walk through it.
Even Iran, especially Iran.
From Genesis to Ezekiel, the name was always there. From the mountains of the Medes to the midnight desert air, Cyrus heard his name before his mother knew his face. Esther saved her people in the palace's darkest place. The bear still holds the ribs and the coalition forms. The missiles arc through heaven like the arrows in the storms. But after all the judgment, after all the fire and rain, the Lord who broke the bow will bring His people home again.
The story was not finished when the final earth fell. Well, the story is not finished when the last great armies yell.
Because after all the thunder, there is still a door of grace for every person, every people, every nation, every place. Iran was in the garden, and Iran will be there too, when the nations come to worship and the ancient dream comes true. The unexpected love of God is written on each page. Persia in the story from the first to the final.
From the first, just he was told and the ending.
always gonna end this way.
He wrote it down
2,600 years ago.
He wrote it down
2,600 years ago.
He wrote it down.
There is a moment that comes to every human being, at least once in a lifetime. A moment when you are so overwhelmed, so crushed by grief, by confusion, by the weight of what lies ahead, that you simply stop. Your hands go weak, your vision blurs, your chest forgets how to breathe, and you think, I cannot do this. In the ancient Sanskrit scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, the great warrior Arjuna stood on the field of Kurukshetra. He looked across the battlefield and he saw not enemies. He saw his grandfather, he saw his teachers, he saw his cousins, his friends, men he had grown up beside, men he loved. And his bow fell from his hands, his limbs trembled, his mouth went dry, and he collapsed into his chariot and said, I will not fight. The scripture says, the divine looked at him, and then, with both compassion and authority, spoke. In a Christian story, this moment happens not once, but over and over and over again. Because the people Jesus chose were not the strong, were not the composed, were not the ones who had it together. No, it's a morning on the Sea of Galilee. Peter, the fisherman, had just experienced something impossible. He had fished all night, caught nothing. He was exhausted, humiliated, his nets empty, his back aching. And a man on the shore told him to try again. Cast the net on the right side, and the net filled 153 fish, almost sinking the boat. And Peter, when he recognized who it was standing on the shore, did not celebrate, did not cheer, did not ask for more fish. He fell face down into the boat. Go away from me, Lord. I am a sinful man. Go away from me, Lord. Not, thank you for the fish. Not, how did you do that? I am a sinful man. You should not be near me. I am not what you need. I am not what you think I am. This is the sound of a human soul that has met something holy and feels its own unworthiness rising up like a wave. And Jesus looked at Peter and said what he always says at this exact moment, what the divine always says when a human being collapses in the face of their own smallness. Do not be afraid. From now on, you will fish for people. Do not be afraid! In the Gita, Krishna says to the collapsing warrior, this weakness of heart in this hour of crisis, where has it come from? It does not become you. Do not yield to unmanliness, arise. Jesus says to the collapsing fisherman, do not be afraid! Follow me. Do not be afraid.
Both are doing the same thing. They are not dismissing the grief. They are not pretending the situation is easy. They are doing something more radical.
They are refusing to let the grief have the final word. There was a man named Matthew. He was a tax collector, which in first century Judea meant he was considered a traitor, a collaborator, someone who had sold his people to Rome. He sat at his tax booth every day, knowing what the people around him thought of him, and Jesus walked by, looked at him, and said 2 words. Follow me. And Matthew got up, left the booth, left the money, left the security, left the life he had built, even the broken, shame-filled version of him, and followed. No conditions attached, no. First prove yourself, then come. Just follow me. The same command that came to the collapsing Peter. The same command that came to the paralyzed man who had been waiting 38 years at the healing pool. And Jesus asked him, "Do you want to be healed?" "Sir, I have no one to help me into the pool when the water stirs. Someone else always gets in before me." Get up, pick up your mat and walk.
Get up, follow me. Do not be afraid.
This is the response of God to human collapse. Not a theology lecture, not a list of requirements, not "here is what you need to do to deserve my help." Just come. And the Gita chapter 2 opens with Krishna refusing to accept Arjuna's despair as the truth of the situation. He says, "You are speaking wise words, but you are mourning for those who should not be mourned. The wise do not grieve for the living or the dead." In the Christian story, Jesus looks at Peter lying face down, at Matthew frozen at his booth, at the man paralyzed 38 years and refuses to accept the story they are telling themselves about who they are and what is possible. Because both the Gita and the Gospel are saying the same foundational thing. The version of you that is collapsed on the ground is not the truest version of you. There is a you beneath that you eternal, capable, chosen, the divine has come. Not to condemn the collapsed version, but to call the real one forward. He saw you in the boat when the net came up empty. He saw you at the booth where the shame never left. He saw 38 years of learning that you're worthless, and he stepped across the water and he stood at the left. He didn't ask your history or check your credentials. He didn't need your perfect record before he would come. He looked at the collapse and he called it unfinished. He said, "Get up. Follow, your story's not done."
Arise, do not be afraid. Arise, the price has been paid. Not for the strong, not for the proud.
He calls to the broken ones, he calls to the crowd. Do not yield to the grief that has held you so long. The one who made you knows you were made to be strong. Arise,
Get up from the ground.
arise.
You have been found.
In the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the divine teaching begins not with philosophy, but with this: rise up. And in the Gospels, every encounter Jesus has with a broken human being begins the same way. Not with doctrine, not with requirements, with a presence that stands beside the collapsed and shacks.
Do not be afraid. Get up. Follow me.
Get up,
Follow me.
In the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, after the divine rebukes the warrior's collapse, the teaching turns to something that is the foundation of everything else. Something that, once understood, changes the relationship with fear permanently. The divine says, "There was never a time when I did not exist. There was never a time when you did not exist. There will never be a time when we cease to exist." The soul is never born. It never dies. It has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. It is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primeval. It is not slain when the body is slain. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, similarly the soul accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. It is unbreakable, insoluble. It can be neither burned nor dried. It is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, eternally the same. Now, open the Gospel of John, chapter 11. A man named Lazarus had been dead for 4 days. His sisters, Mary and Martha, were at the tomb. The village was gathered. The grief was real. The tomb was sealed. And Jesus arrived late. Martha came out to meet him, and she said what every grieving person who has ever prayed and felt the silence has wanted to say. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. But I know that even now, God will give you whatever you ask." And Jesus looked at her and said something that split history in two. "I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me will live, even though they die. And whoever lives by believing in me will never die." Do you believe this? Do you believe this? Not. Do you understand this? Not. Can you explain this? Not. Does this make logical sense to you? Do you believe this? He was not offering a philosophy of immortality. He was not presenting a theological argument. He was saying, "I am the resurrection." Not, "I teach about resurrection." Not, "I believe in resurrection." I am it. The Gita says, "The soul is unborn, eternal, ever-existing. It is not slain when the body is slain." Jesus says, "Whoever believes in me will live, even though they die." Both are pointing at the same truth, from different vantage points, converging on the same mountain, you, the real you. The consciousness reading these words, the presence inside this body, were not designed to end.
Paul, who had seen the risen Jesus with his own eyes, who had been blinded on a road by that encounter, wrote a letter to a church that was afraid of death. And he said,
Isn't eternal mystery?
"We will not all sleep, but we will all be changed. In a flash, in the twinkling of an eye,
at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, the dead will be raised imperishable, and we will be changed. For the perishable must clothe itself with the imperishable, and the mortal must clothe itself with immortality. When this happens, the saying that is written will come true. Death has been swallowed up in victory. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O grave, is your sting?
The Gita says, just as a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul accepts new material bodies. Paul says,
the perishable must clothe itself with the imperishable. The same image, the same truth, the same eternal soul, changing forms but never ending. So here is what this means. For the 3 in the morning fear, the fear that arrives when the house is quiet and the darkness presses in. And the thing you are most afraid of is that this is all there is, that everything you love will end, that you will end. The Gita says, the wise do not mourn for the living or the dead. Jesus says, whoever believes in me will never die. Paul says, where, O death, is your sting? Together they are saying the deepest fear you carry is based on a misunderstanding of what you are. You are not your body is extraordinary. It is the house the soul lives in for this particular chapter of the story. But the one who thinks and loves, the one who remembers your mother's voice, the one who feels beauty looking at a sunrise, the one who aches when someone is cruel, the one reading these words right now, that one. Your Father knows every hair on your head. Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 pennies? Yet not one of them is forgotten by God. You are worth more than many sparrows. Do not be afraid of those who can kill the body but cannot kill the soul.
Cannot kill the soul.
The weapon that cuts cannot cut it. The fire that burns cannot burn it. The water that dissolves cannot dissolve it. The death that ends bodies cannot end it. You are older than your body's first breath. You are more than the dust that returns after death. You were formed in the mind of the Maker before He laid the foundations of earth, sea, and shore. The garment will perish, the wearer lives on. The house will come down, but the tenant lives on. He numbered your days and He numbered your hairs. The eternal is known you beyond all your fears. I am the resurrection, I am the life, I am the morning that follows the night. Whoever believes, though they die, will arise. The soul that I made was not made to say goodbye. Where is your victory now, O grave? Where is your sting now? The battle is saved. The perishable wears what can never be worn down. Death has been swallowed. The soul wears a crown. You will never die.
In the Gita, after teaching the eternal nature of the soul, Krishna says, therefore, knowing this, you should not grieve. And Jesus says, standing outside the tomb of a man 4 days dead, do not weep, she is not dead, but sleeping. And then he raised her. Whatever you are facing today, whatever loss has arrived at your door, whatever fear has made itself at home, hear this from the one who made you. You were not designed to end.
In the Bhagavad Gita, after establishing the eternal nature of the soul, the divine turns to something that sounds much harder. Not a comfort, not a reassurance, a call.
The divine says to the warrior,
considering your specific duty as a warrior, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles. So do not waver. Do not be confused. This is your duty.
if you die, you gain the heavens. If you live, you gain the earth. Either way, arise and fight.
Treating alike happiness and distress, loss and gain, victory and defeat. And you shall not incur sin.
Rise and fight.
Not because the battle will be easy, not because the outcome is guaranteed,
Because it is your calling.
because you were made for this moment, and because running from it is not peace. There was a moment in the ministry of Jesus when the crowds were following him everywhere. Miraculous healings, thousands fed. The dead raised, demon armies scattered. The crowds loved it. They wanted more of the spectacular. And Jesus turned around, looked at the crowd, and said the sentence that separated the tourists from the true followers in a single breath. Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul?
Take up your cross.
In the first century, those words meant exactly one thing. A cross was the instrument of execution. It was what condemned men carried on the road to their own deaths. He was not using a decorative metaphor. He was saying, there is something ahead of you that will cost you everything you are currently protecting. The comfortable life, the safe version, the version where you stay small, where you don't risk, where you don't expose yourself, where you remain what you have always been. That version is available. The door is open. But I am calling you to something else. And the cross is different for every person. For some,
It is the creative work they have been avoiding because they are terrified of failure. For some, it is the conversation that has been postponed for years, the apology, the truth, the confession that would cost them their image. For some, it is the forgiveness of someone who does not deserve it and who will not even know it happened. For some, it is the love that requires not the feeling of love, but the actions of love toward a person who is difficult to love. For some, it is simply showing up every day for the thing they know they were made to do.
Rise and fight. 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 Rise and fight.
The Gita says, it is better to perform one's own duty imperfectly than to perform another's duty perfectly. Jesus says, follow me. Follow the crowd. Follow the successful template. Follow the path of least resistance. Which means the calling is personal. The cross is yours, not someone else's design. The duty is specific to who you were made to be. After the resurrection, when Peter had already denied Jesus 3 times around a fire, Jesus found him back at the sea, back to fishing, back to the life before. And Jesus made a fire on the shore and fed him breakfast, and then asked him the same question 3 times, once for each denial.
Simon, son of John, do you love me?
Yes, Lord, you know that I love you.
Feed my sheep.
Simon, son of John, do you love me?
Lord, you know all things, you know that I love you. Feed my sheep.
Very truly I tell you, when you were younger, you dressed yourself and went where you wanted. But when you are old, you will stretch out your hands and someone else will dress you and lead you where you do not want to go. He was telling Peter how he would die, that following the calling would end in execution. And then he said, follow me, follow me. If you can clean yourself up first, not when you have made up for the denials, not when you feel worthy. Follow me right now, as you are, with your failure still fresh. The calling does not wait for your perfection. He didn't call the perfect, he called the willing. He didn't need the clean, he needed the real. He said, pick up the thing that you've been avoiding. The cross that looks heavy is the thing that will heal. You can save your life by keeping it hidden. Keep all your talents buried safe in the ground, or you can lay it down and follow the calling, and in the losing of it, finally be found.
Take up your cross. This is the call today, not for the strong, for the willing to say, not my will but yours. Let the kingdom come. I'll pick up the thing you have asked to be done.
What good is a world gained but a soul thrown away? What good is a life saved by learning to stay? He calls to the broken ones, he calls to the whole. Take up your cross.
soul. Take up your cross.
Follow me.
Take up your cross.
Follow me.
The Gita says, arise and fight, treating happiness and sorrow equally. Engage because it is your duty, because you were made for this. Jesus says, take up your cross and follow me. What you lose in following, you will find you never truly owned anyway. What you find in following, no one can ever take.
The calling has not changed. The cross is still waiting. The road is still open. And the one who walks it with you is already ahead on the path, waiting for you to begin. In the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, after addressing the eternal soul, after calling the warrior to his duty, the divine introduces what many philosophers consider the most revolutionary concept in the history of spiritual thought. It is called Nishkama Karma. Two Sanskrit words, Nishkama, without desire for result. Karma, action, action without attachment to outcome. The divine says, you have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you are not entitled to the fruits of your actions. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. And then, one of the most quoted verses in all of world literature, let right deeds be thy motive, not the fruit which comes from them. And live in the action, labor of the axe, renouncing all attachment to the fruits. At first this sounds impossible. Why do anything if not for the result? Why plant if not for the harvest? Why work if not for the reward? Why love if not to be loved in return? But look closer. The teaching is not, do not care about results. The teaching is, do not let the results own you. There is a difference between caring about your work and building your entire inner world on whether the outcome goes the way you need it to. One is dedication, the other is bondage. Jesus addressed this exact human condition in the Sermon on the Mount with such clarity that it has not aged by one day in 2,000 years. He looked at the crowd, the farmers worried about harvest, the merchants worried about profit, the fathers worried about feeding their families. And he said, do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. And then he said, what might be the most countercultural sentence ever spoken in human history? No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. He is not saying money is evil. He is saying money is master, is bondage. He is describing the state of mind where the outcome, the fruit of the action, becomes the reason for everything. Where you cannot enjoy what you are doing because you are calculating whether it is producing enough. Where you cannot be present in this moment because you are already anxious about the next. Where love becomes transaction, where giving becomes investment, where worship becomes performance, where life becomes a ledger. And his prescription is not try harder to worry less. His prescription is a reorientation. Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink. Do not worry about your body, what you will wear. Look at the birds of the air, they do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they are? See how the flowers of the field grow, they do not labor or spin. Yet I tell you, not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, you of little faith, you of little faith? But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well.
This is the Christian Nishkama Karma. Do not seek first the results. Do not seek first the approval. Do not seek first the security. Do not seek first the reward. Seek first the kingdom. Orient yourself toward what is truly real, toward love, toward truth, toward the one who made you. And from that rooted, grounded place, do the work, fully, completely, without holding back, but hold the results lightly. Jesus told a story about a farmer who went out to scatter seed. Some fell on the path, birds ate it. Some fell on rocky ground, it sprouted but withered. Some fell among thorns, choked out. But some fell on good soil and produced a harvest, 30, 60, 100 times what was sown. And the disciples asked, what does it mean?
The farmer sows the word.
Some people are like seed along the path when they hear the enemy comes.
And takes away what was sown in them.
Some are like seed on rocky places. They receive the word with joy, but have no root. They last only a short time.
Others are like seed among thorns, the worries of this life.
And the disciples asked, what does it mean?
The farmer sows the word. Some people are like seed along the path. When they hear the enemy comes and takes away what was sown in them.
Some are like seed on rocky places. They receive the word with joy, but have no root. They last only a short time. Others are like seed among thorns. The worries of this life and the deceitfulness of wealth choke the word, making it unfruitful. Still others, like seed on good soil, hear the word, accept it, and produce a crop, 30, 60, or even 100 times what was sown. The farmer does not make the seed grow.
The farmer plants,
The farmer tends.
the farmer trusts.
The farmer's job is not to control the growth, but to do the sowing faithfully. This is Nishkama Karma. This is seeking first the kingdom. This is action without bondage to outcome.
Paul, writing to a church about work and purpose, captures this in one sentence that has survived 2,000 years.
Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters.
For it is the Lord Christ you are serving.
Work at it with all your heart, not for the applause, not for the outcome, not for the reward or the recognition, as working for the Lord, which means the work itself becomes sacred. The planting becomes worship. The faithfulness becomes the point. And the harvest is God's business.
Don't plant the seed while watching the sky. Don't love your neighbor with one eye on why. Do the work because the work is the gift. Do it for the one who gave you the lift.
He feeds every bird that never once saved. He clothes every flower that never once slaved. How much more will he honor the hands that stay faithful and brave? Seek first the kingdom.
Release the results
Seek first the kingdom.
and trust what is built. Seek first the kingdom, all else will follow. Seek first the kingdom, release what feels hollow. You have the right to act with all of your might. You have no right to own the morning and night.
Plant in the daylight, trust in the dark. God does the growing from the seed to the spark. Work for the Lord, not the hands that applaud. Love without ledgers, trust without fraud.
Seek first the kingdom.
Let go and trust God.
The Gita calls it Nishkama Karma. Jesus calls it seeking the kingdom first. Paul calls it working heartily for the Lord.
All three, different centuries, different traditions, arriving at the same liberation. Do the work. Do it completely. Do it for love, for truth, for the one who gave you the gift in the first place.
Then let go.
The seed knows what to do. Trust the soil.
Trust the one who makes things grow. Seek first the kingdom. Seek first the kingdom.
near the end of the second chapter. After teaching about the eternal soul, after the call to duty, after the yoga of unattached action, Arjuna asks a question that every serious spiritual seeker has asked in every tradition. What is the person like who has actually arrived? What do their words sound like? How do they sit? How do they walk? What does inner freedom actually look like from the outside? And the divine describes this person. One who is not disturbed in mind, even in the three kinds of miseries, who is not elated when there is happiness, who is free from attachment, fear, and anger. Such a person is called a sage of steady mind. One who is not influenced by anything, who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, who renounces both the auspicious and the inauspicious. Such a person is devoted. As a lamp in a windless place does not flicker, so is the mind of the steady one. A lamp in a windless place. Not a lamp that never faces wind. Not a lamp that has been moved to where there is no challenge, no difficulty, no darkness. A lamp that burns steadily in the middle of the wind, because the steadiness is not in the absence of storm, it is in the depth of the root. There is a story in the Old Testament about a prophet named Elijah. He had just done the greatest thing of his entire ministry. He had stood alone against 450 false prophets and won dramatically, completely, publicly. And then, immediately after his greatest victory, he ran into the desert and collapsed under a tree and said,
I have had enough, Lord, take my life. I am no better than my ancestors.
And he fell asleep. And an angel came and touched him and slept.
Get up and eat. And Elijah ate and slept again.
And the angel came a second time.
Get up and eat, for the journey is too great for you.
And strengthened by that food, Elijah walked 40 days to the mountain of God. And he crawled into a cave, and the word of the Lord came to him. What are you doing here, Elijah? And Elijah poured out everything. I have been very zealous for you, Lord, but I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me. And God said, go out and stand on the mountain, for the Lord is about to pass by. A great and powerful wind came, tearing the mountains apart, shattering the rocks. But the Lord was not in the wind.
After the wind, an earthquake.
But the Lord was not in the earthquake.
After the earthquake, fire.
But the Lord was not in the fire.
And after the fire, a still small voice.
a still small voice. The God who could have been in the earthquake and the fire chose a whisper.
Because the person who can only hear God in the earthquake lives at earthquake volume. The person who can hear the still small voice has found the stillness where that voice is audible. This is Stita Prajna, the steady one, the lamp in the windless place. Not because the wind doesn't come, but because the roots go deep enough that the wind cannot uproot the flame.
Jesus modeled this more than he taught it.
In the middle of ministry, he would disappear to pray alone, all night on a mountain, in the garden before the worst night of his life. And his disciples, caught in a terrible storm on a lake, found him asleep in the back of the boat.
Asleep in the middle of a storm.
They woke him in panic.
Lord, don't you care that we're drowning? Save us! We're gonna die.
Peace, be still.
Peace, be still.
He said it to the storm, but he was also demonstrating to 12 terrified men what it looks like to be the lamp in the windless place. Even when the wind is real, even when the waves are real, even when death is real.
The presence within does not become the storm.
Paul described this inner reality not as something he achieved, but as something he received. He called it the fruit of the Spirit.
Not the effort of the will, not the discipline of the mind. The fruit of the Spirit.
The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Against such things he's no law.
Against such things there is no law.
Against such things there is no law.
The lawmakers of the world have never needed to legislate against love. No authority has needed to prohibit joy. No empire has found it necessary to outlaw peace.
These things are not what laws are written to prevent. They are what every law in history has been trying and failing to create by force, because they do not come from force. They come from the still small voice received in the silence, grown from the root, fruit of the Spirit, not performance of the will. Be still and know that I am God. The storm bows down at a word. The hurricane bends to the voice that spoke first. Before any wind had been heard, He grows the fruit in the quiet place where no one rushes or strives. The peace that surpasses all understanding is what happens when stillness arrives. After the wind, after the earthquake, after the fire turns to cold, in the still small voice of the morning,
The Gita asks, what are the marks of one of steady mind? How does the sage speak? How do they sit? How do they walk? The answer from both the Gita and the Gospel is this.
Like someone who has heard a still small voice and recognized it.
You can be this person, not by trying harder, not by disciplining yourself into peace, but by going quiet enough, long enough, that the still small voice gets through.
Be still.
We have traveled far in this chapter. We began with collapse and were told, arise. We stood with the eternal soul and heard, you were not made to end. We were given the call and asked to take up the cross. We were freed from grasping and invited to seek first the kingdom. We sat at the still lake and heard the still small voice. And now, the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita closes with 4 verses that are among the most beautiful in the entire text. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled. And the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled. But is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the person who strives to satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desire, who has given up all sense of proprietorship, and is without false ego, alone can achieve real peace. This is the way of the spiritual and divine life. Having attained this, one is no longer deluded, being fixed in this knowledge, even at the hour of death. One can enter into the kingdom of God. Even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. The chapter that began with a warrior collapsing in grief ends with a door wide open, a door that leads beyond the battlefield, beyond the body, beyond the fear, into the kingdom. On the last night before his arrest, before the cross, Jesus sat with his closest friends, and he knew what was coming. He had told them already, and they were afraid. And he said something that has outlasted every empire, every philosophy, every civilization that has risen and fallen since. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. Not as the world gives,
the world gives peace. When the circumstances cooperate, when the bill is paid, when the diagnosis is clear, when the relationship is restored, when the storm has passed, that is not the peace Jesus is describing. He is describing a peace that does not wait for the storm to pass, because it does not depend on the storm.
Paul wrote the most famous description of this peace from inside a Roman prison cell, waiting for a trial that might end in execution. Cold, dark, uncertain. And he wrote to a young church that was afraid for him. Rejoice in the Lord always, I will say it again. Rejoice. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. The peace of God, which transcends all understanding. Not the peace that understanding produces, not the peace that arrives when you have figured it all out, not the peace that requires resolution, the peace that passes understanding. The peace that a prisoner in Rome should not have, and yet has. The peace that disciples on a storm-tossed lake should not have felt, and yet after 2 words from Jesus had. The peace that a woman kneeling at an empty tomb should not have felt, and yet when he said her name, Mary, she had. The Gita calls the final state Brahma Nirvana. The supreme peace, the freedom from confusion, the state in which one is never again confounded. Having attained this, one can enter into the kingdom of God. The peace of God that surpasses all understanding, guarding the heart and mind. Jesus calls it my peace, not as the world gives. All 3, from different millennia, different languages, different traditions, arriving at the same door. The door of the soul that has found its source, the door that opens inward and keeps opening. When the disciples were locked in a room, terrified, confused, grieving,
Jesus appeared among them.
Not through the door,
Not through the then door.
not through the window, among them.
The first thing he said.
The first thing he said,
The very first word.
to people shaking with fear, was this: peace be with you. And then, a week later, when Thomas had missed it and said he would not believe unless he could see the wounds himself,
Jesus appeared again.
looked at Thomas and said,
Put your finger here, see my Jesus walk.
put your finger here, see my hands, reach out your hand and put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe.
Stop doubting and believe.
Stop doubting and believe. Not, you should not have doubted. Not, your doubt disqualifies you. Stop doubting and believe. The door is still open. The peace is still available. The kingdom is still waiting to be entered. Right now, with whatever you are carrying, with whatever doubts are still unresolved. This has been a chapter about the transformation of the inner life, from collapse to the call to arise, from the fear of death to the knowledge of the eternal soul,
from hiding from the cross to the freedom of picking it up, from grasping at results to seeking first the kingdom,
From the noisy mind
to the still small voice,
where's the anxiety,
from the anxiety that grips.
to the peace that passes understanding.
The Gita ends chapter 2 with, "This is the way of the spiritual and divine life. Having attained this, one is no longer deluded." Jesus ends the same conversation with, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Do not be afraid."
Wherever you are, whatever chapter of your own story you are in the middle of, this peace is not reserved for the enlightened few. It is not available only to the religious professionals. It is not contingent on your perfection. It is available to the collapsed warrior, to the tired fisherman, to the paralyzed man at the pool, to the prisoner in Rome, to the doubter in the locked room, to you, right now.
Peace be with you.
Do not be afraid.
Come,
Follow me.
collapsing, we end in peace. The journey through the valley leads to release.
Not the peace the world bargains and then takes away,
But
the peace of the kingdom that's here to stay. You are not your body, you are not your grief, you are not the wound or the fading belief. You are the eternal, the soul made for love, known by name and numbered and held from above.
He who called you has been faithful and true.
The peace that passes all understanding is standing right at the door of your heart. The peace that passes all understanding was promised before the world took its start. In the prison and the garden, on the sea and at the tomb, he is saying,
Peace be with you.
he is already in the room. My peace I leave, not as the world gives. My peace I give to everything that lives. Do not be troubled, do not be afraid. The eternal soul in you is already made. Arise,
Arise,
the kingdom is open today. Arise,
arise,
and do not be afraid. From Brahma Nirvana to the peace of the Lord, the same door open, the same living word.
peace be with you.
Peace be with you.
Peace be with
Peace be with
you.
you.
In the beginning
Was the Word. And the Word said to the collapsed and the grieving and the afraid and the doubting and the lonely and the ones who don't know if they believe. The same thing he has always said. Peace.
we say we do.
peace be with you.
Peace be with you.
Before the story of Jesus begins, there is another story, older, darker. And if you do not understand this story, you will never truly understand why what happened on that cross was the most important moment in the entire history of the universe. His name was Lucifer, and he was not always the enemy. He was the most magnificent thing ever created, the highest of all the angels. The Bible describes him as covered in precious stones, sardius, topaz, diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, his very body a living instrument, resonating with the glory of God. He walked among the stars, he stood in the fire of the divine presence, he led the worship of heaven. He was perfect. And then a single thought formed in his mind. One thought, just one. And that thought was this: why should I serve? I am brilliant, I am magnificent, I am perhaps greater than I have been told. I will ascend above the clouds. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will be like the Most High. And in that single moment, the most glorious being ever created became the most dangerous, not because he became more powerful, but because he chose himself over everything, over everyone, over God, over the purpose for which he was made. He chose himself. The Bible says he was cast out like lightning falling from heaven, cast down, cast out, and he landed here, in this world, in this darkness, with one consuming purpose. If he could not be God, he would destroy everything God loved. For thousands of years, he moved through human history, whispering into the ear of Cain, before the first murder on earth, into the courts of Pharaoh, before a nation of people was enslaved for 400 years, into the throne room of every tyrant, every dictator, every man who made mothers weep and children orphans. The Bible calls him the God of this age, the prince of the power of the air, the father of lies. And he was very, very good at his work. But then, a prophecy came, first whispered in the Garden of Eden, after the first sin, to the serpent himself. Spoken like a sentence handed down: I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. Then the prophecy grew larger. Isaiah wrote, a virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and he will be called Emmanuel, God with us. Micah wrote, but you, Bethlehem, out of you will come a ruler, whose origins are from ancient times, from eternity. Daniel wrote a mathematical countdown so precise that scholars today can calculate the exact year of the Messiah's arrival. And it matches. And Lucifer, who had been listening to every word, understood exactly what was being promised. If this child arrived, if this child lived, if this child completed what he came to do, the empire, the enemy had spent thousands
thousands of years constructing was finished. Every chain broken, every throne of darkness overturned, every captive freed. So the enemy found a weapon, a king. Paranoid, brilliant, murderous. A man who had already executed his own wife, already murdered his own sons, already demonstrated that he would kill anyone who threatened his grip on power. His name was Herod the Great, king of Judea, Client king of Rome, builder of the most magnificent temple the Jewish world had ever seen. And a man willing to drown the world in blood to keep his throne.
And into this king's throne room walked 3 wise men from Persia. Astronomers, scholars, men who had followed a star across 1,000 miles of desert, carrying gold, frankincense, and myrrh, searching for a child. And they said, completely unaware of the storm they had just unleashed,
Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews?
we saw his star when it rose, and we have come to worship him.
Herod smiled.
He sent for his religious scholars. He asked where the child was to be born. They checked the scriptures. They found the answer in Micah. Bethlehem. Herod smiled again. He met with the Magi privately and said,
Go and search carefully for the child.
and when you have found him, bring me word, so that I too may go and worship him.
The Magi found the child. They gave their gifts, they worshipped.
And then, warned in a dream not to return to Herod, they left by a different road. Herod waited. 1 day, 2 days, a week. And when the Magi did not return, the smile disappeared. And what replaced it was a command that history has never forgotten. Every boy child in Bethlehem, 2 years old and under, was to be killed. Everyone. No exceptions.
Think about what that morning was.
A village waking up. Children eating breakfast. Mothers calling them in from the yard. And then, the sound of soldiers arriving. The sound of doors breaking open, screaming that started and did not stop. The Bible says, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted, because they are no more.
But the child had already been born.
An angel had come to Joseph in the night. Joseph, the carpenter, a man who had done nothing wrong, a man who had simply said yes to a calling he did not fully understand. And the angel said,
Get up. Take the child and his mother. Flee to Egypt. Go now. Because Herod is going to search for the child to kill him.
Joseph got up in the middle of the night. He wrapped the child. He took Mary. They fled into the dark.
And behind them, the village of Bethlehem would wake to the worst morning in its history. The child escaped, but the cost of his escape was paid in the blood of other children, mothers who would weep their entire lives without ever understanding why. This is the story you are about to hear. It is not a gentle story. It is not a comfortable story. It is a war. The oldest war in history, between a darkness so ancient. It had been building power before the first human drew a breath, and a child, wrapped in cloth, sleeping in a feeding trough, who was going to destroy it all.
Before the light was spoken and the waters found their place, there was a war in heaven and a fall from perfect grace. He was the finest instrument of everything divine, until he chose his own ambition over the design. He felt like burning lightning, and he landed in the dark, and built his empire carefully on every broken heart. 1,000 years of whispering in every throne and court, and then a star appeared one night and brought the news he'd fought. A child in a manger, the answer to the word, the thing the enemy had dreaded since the first prophecy was heard. Herod sent his soldiers on the coldest morning known, but the child had already flown.
The enemy prepared for war before the world began. He built his throne on every broken woman, child, and man. He heard the ancient promise, and he sharpened every blade, and still he was not ready for the love the Father made.
From a manger in the winter to a cross upon a hill, the war that started in the heavens is not finished still. The child survived the soldiers, the child survived the night, and the darkness could not comprehend
The light. The child grew in Egypt, then returned to Nazareth. For 30 years, silence. A carpenter's son, working with his hands, who knew what tired felt like, what hungry felt like, what it meant to bury someone you loved. The enemy watched, waiting. And then, at 30 years old, the carpenter walked into the Jordan River, and everything changed.
After 30 years of silence, 3 things happened in 1 week. First, John the Baptist stood in the Jordan River and told every crowd that came to him, "Someone is coming after me, whose sandal I am not worthy to untie. He will baptize you, not with water, but with the Holy Spirit and with fire." And then one morning, an ordinary-looking man waded into the river. He asked to be baptized. John stared at him and tried to refuse. "I need to be baptized by you, and you come to me."
Let it be so now. It is proper for us to fulfill all righteousness.
John baptized him. And as Jesus came up from the water, the sky split open. Not clouds parting, not sunlight. The sky tore, and through the tear came a dove descending and landing on him. And a voice, not imagined, not internal, audible to everyone standing there.
This is my son, whom I bless.
With him
I am well pleased.
I am well pleased. The enemy was watching. He had waited 30 years for this moment. And now the Son of God in a human body that could bleed and starve and break had publicly declared his identity. If the enemy was going to act, it had to be now, before the mission gained momentum, before the healing started, before the crowds grew, before the disciples were gathered. It had to be now. The Spirit immediately drove Jesus into the wilderness. 40 days, 40 nights. The Judean desert is not gentle. Rocky volcanic ridges, temperatures above 40 degrees by day. Freezing by night, no food, no water, no shelter, no human contact. Studies of extended fasting show that by day 40, the human body begins breaking down muscle. Organ systems start to falter. The mind begins to fragment. Jesus went through all of it in a human body. Fully. And at the end of those 40 days, when Jesus was at the absolute limit of what human flesh could bear, the enemy came. He looked at the starving man and said,
If you are the Son of God,
"Tell these stones to become bread." 4 words. If you are not, you are. If. The first word out of the enemy's mouth, after 30 years of waiting, was doubt. Are you really who you think you are? Is this really your identity? Because if it were, wouldn't God have fed you by now? Wouldn't God have made this easier? And underneath the question, a deeper invitation. Use your power for yourself.
Not for them, not for the mission, for yourself. Right now, you've earned it. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. The enemy recalibrated. He took Jesus to the pinnacle of the temple in Jerusalem. The highest point, a sheer drop to the valley below. And he said, and here is the most dangerous move he makes. He quoted scripture. If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down.
For it is written,
He will command His angels concerning you, and they will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. This is the most chilling moment in the confrontation. The enemy, the father of lies, just quoted the Bible accurately. This is his most dangerous weapon. Not violence, not obvious evil, but taking the truth and bending it just a degree until it becomes a trap. Jump. God will catch you. Test him. Make him prove it. Force his hand if he really loves you. He'll demonstrate it.
what is it also written?
Do not put the Lord your God to the test.
The enemy be paused.
Then he took Jesus to a high mountain and showed him every kingdom of the world. Rome, Egypt, Persia, Greece, every empire, all of them in a single moment, and said,
All of this,
I will give you
all the kingdoms of the world and their glory.
if you will fall down and worship me.
Understand what was being offered.
Jesus had come to reclaim the kingdoms of the world. That was the whole mission. And the enemy was saying, you can have it right now. Without the cross, without the torture, without watching your friends abandon you, without what is coming. Skip the suffering, take the shortcut. One act of worship, one small surrender, everything you came for delivered immediately at a cost you can afford.
And Jesus
Did not bargain, did not consider it, did not negotiate. He said, away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only. And serve him only. The enemy left him for a time. Angels came and ministered to Jesus, and he walked out of the wilderness, exhausted, thin, tested to the limit of human endurance, and absolutely unbroken.
But the enemy was not finished. He had tried force in the wilderness.
He had tried intellect with the scriptures. He had tried ambition with the kingdoms. All three had failed. And so he shifted strategy entirely. If he could not break Jesus from the outside, he would break him from the inside. In Jerusalem, the high priest was a man named Caiaphas.
He had held power for 17 years in a system where Roman governors appointed and removed priests at will. 17 years meant one thing. He was brilliant, he was ruthless, and he knew exactly how to survive. He had watched Jesus from the beginning. Every healing, every crowd, every miracle, and every miracle made his grip on power feel a little looser. Because his power was built on the idea that God was distant, that ordinary people needed Caiaphas to access the divine. And this carpenter from Nazareth was walking past him directly, touching lepers, forgiving sins, telling the poor that the kingdom was theirs. In his private chambers, Caiaphas met with the council. He said,
"You know nothing at all. You do not realize that it is better for you that one man die for the people than that the whole nation perish."
He was planning a murder, but what he said was the most precise theological summary of the cross ever spoken in the New Testament. One man dying for the people, Caiaphas meant it as politics. God had intended it from before the foundation of the world.
But the enemy's most lethal move was not through the high priest. It was through someone much closer.
His name was Judas Iscariot, and he was not a monster, not a villain you could spot from across the room. He was trusted. He was competent. He had walked away from his entire life, just like Peter, just like John, to follow Jesus. He had heard the same sermons, witnessed the same miracles, eaten from the same bread that fed 5,000 people. He was one of the 12.
But somewhere in the 3 years, something had started to rot. He had expected a conqueror. Every miracle confirmed it was possible.
This man could overthrow Rome, could set up the kingdom that every Jewish person had waited centuries for. And then Jesus started talking about dying, about serving rather than ruling, about a kingdom that looked nothing like what Judas had imagined. And in the gap between what he had expected and what he was getting, bitterness took root.
And in that bitterness, the enemy walked through the door. The Bible says it plainly.
Then Satan entered Judas.
Judas went to the chief priests. He asked,
"What are you willing to give me if I hand him over to you?"
They counted out 30 pieces of silver, the price of a common slave in ancient Israelite law.
30 coins for the one who made the stars, paid to a man who knew his voice, who had seen his face, who he had called friend.
He survived the 40 days in the fire and the cold. He turned back every weapon of a darkness 10,000 years old. 3 temptations, 3 refusals, stone, bread, heights, and thrones. And the enemy walked away to sharpen different bones. He found a priest in a palace who would offer up a name. He found a man with silver and a wound that burned with blame. The frontal assault had failed him. He moved to the inside. He found the one with access and the one with wounded pride. 30 coins on the table, 30 coins for a friend. The knife that cuts the deepest is the one that doesn't end. The enemy couldn't break him in the walking toward a darkness that was his. Everything was in place. Caiaphas had his plan. Judas had his coins. The enemy had his pieces positioned. And Jesus, who knew all of it, who knew Judas would betray him, who had told his disciples exactly what was coming, kept teaching, kept healing, kept calling broken people back to wholeness, because there was one thing he had to do first. Something that would make the Pharisees so afraid, so desperate, that every piece of the plot would accelerate. And that thing was the raising of a dead man. Polish.
There was a village 2 miles from Jerusalem called Bethany. And in that village, there was a family that Jesus loved differently than almost anyone else in his ministry. 2 sisters, Mary and Martha, and their brother Lazarus. The Gospel of John describes this friendship with a simplicity that no preacher has ever improved upon. Jesus loved Lazarus. Not Jesus healed Lazarus. Not Jesus taught Lazarus. Jesus loved him. The real kind. The kind where you sit in someone's home and eat their food and laugh at things that aren't even funny and feel completely known. And one day, while Jesus was teaching across the Jordan, a messenger arrived. The message was simple, just a handful of words. Lord, the one you love is sick. And Jesus received the message and waited 2 more days. He stayed exactly where he was while his friend got sicker, while 2 sisters sat by a bed watching a man they loved suffer, waiting for help, and help did not come. When he finally said they were going to Bethany, his disciples were alarmed. Bethany was 2 miles from Jerusalem, and the religious leaders in Jerusalem had already tried to stone him once. They said to him, "Rabbi, a short while ago the Jews tried to stone you, and yet you are going back." By the time Jesus arrived at Bethany, Lazarus had been dead for 4 days. The sisters had buried him, the mourners had come, the house smelled of grief, that specific smell of people who have been crying too long and not sleeping, of food brought by neighbors that no one can eat, of a life just emptied. Martha heard Jesus was coming, and she ran out to meet him on the road. She didn't wait, she didn't compose herself. She ran, and what she said was not a prayer, it was not worship. It was the honest, grief-soaked confrontation of a woman who believed completely and was completely devastated. Lord, if you had been here,
my brother would not have died. There it is. The question behind every unanswered prayer, the accusation inside every grief, the thing people think but are afraid to say to God. You could have come sooner. You knew. You could have been here and you weren't. Then Mary came, she fell at his feet, weeping. And all the mourners came with her, also weeping. And Jesus looked at them, at Martha, at Mary, at the faces of people he loved who were broken by something he could have prevented and didn't. And then the Gospel of John records the shortest verse in the entire Bible. 2 words, Jesus wept. Wept, who was 2 words, speaking quiet you not. He was moved with compassion not. He acknowledged their grief not. He knew what he was about to do, so he was fine. He wept, tears running down his face in public at a grave. The God who holds the stars in place in a body that could feel lost stood at the tomb of his friend and wept. They walked to the tomb together, a cave, a heavy stone across the entrance. The finality of it enormous, and Jesus said, take away the stone. But Lord, by this time there is a bad odor. He has been there 4 days. Did I not tell you that if you believed, you would see the glory of God?
The stone, and Jesus looked up, prayed, and then he didn't whisper, he didn't close his eyes and concentrate. He called out with the voice of someone who had made life in the first place, who had breathed it into dust, who had woven every nerve and muscle of that man together in his mother's womb.
And the dead man walked out, still wrapped in grave clothes, hands and feet still bound, a cloth still around his face, but walking, standing in the light, breathing. The crowd erupted.
People who had been weeping were laughing and weeping at the same time. The specific kind of uncontrollable crying that happens when something impossible happens right in front of you. Martha was shaking, Mary was on the ground,
and Lazarus was blinking, looking at the world, looking at his sisters, looking at Jesus, alive. But some in that crowd went directly to the Pharisees and reported everything. The chief priests and Pharisees called an emergency council. And in that room,
The most powerful religious men in the Jewish world sat with faces like stone and said,
What are we doing?
This man is performing many signs. If we let him continue, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our position and our nation. And Caiaphas stood up and said the words that would set the final events in motion.
You know nothing at all. You do not realize that it is better for you that one man die for the people and that the whole nation perish. The man who just raised the dead was sentenced to death by men who could not raise a finger. From that day on, they plotted to take his life, and Passover was coming.
500,000 pilgrims flooding into Jerusalem. The streets about to be so crowded that an arrest could happen and disappear. In the noise, all they needed was someone who knew his movements, who knew where he would be and when.
And in a house somewhere in the city, a man with 30 silver coins was already thinking about the answer. He stood at the stone of his friend 4 days gone. He let himself feel every moment of wrong. He didn't skip past it, he didn't explain it away. He stood in the grief of it fully that day. 2 words in the scriptures, the shortest verse known. Jesus wept at the grave. He did not stand alone. And then he called out to the dark and the dead, and everything changed with the word that he said. But while Lazarus blinked and his sisters were weeping, in another room men with cold faces were meeting. The miracle given, the death sentence signed, the same afternoon, in the same place and time.
He raised up the dead, and the dead walked out. He silenced the storm and removed every doubt.
But the more that he loved them, the more they conspired. The more that he healed them, the more they desired to silence the voice that kept breaking their home, to bury the story before it was told. He wept at the grave of the man that he loved, and death could not answer the call from above. A miracle breathing, a murderer grieved. The same afternoon, it was planted like seed. Lazarus had dinner with Jesus that night. The crowd heard about it and came.
not just to see Jesus, but to see the man who had been dead. And the chief priests decided they would need to kill Lazarus too, because a walking miracle was better evidence than any sermon. The next morning, Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, and the crowds, 5 days before the worst week in history, cut palm branches and screamed,
Hosanna!
"Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord."
The same voices
cheering his arrival
would 5 days later
be screaming his execution. And in the back of the procession, a man no one was watching, with silver in his coat, was calculating timing. And in back of the procession, a man no one was watching, with silver in his coat, was calculating timing.
The week had moved fast. He had cleansed the temple, overturning the money changers' tables, calling it his Father's house, while the Pharisees watched with cold eyes and tightened their timeline. He had taught in the temple courts every day, while the chief priests tried to trap him with impossible questions, and failed every time. And now, on the night of Passover, the 13 of them sat down together in an upper room in Jerusalem for the last meal. And Jesus, knowing that the Father had put all things under his power, knowing that he had come from God, knowing that he was returning to God, got up from the table, took a basin of water, a towel, and knelt down in front of his disciples and began washing their feet.
Peter pulled his feet back.
"Lord,
Are you gonna wash my feet?
you do not realize now what I am doing, but later you will understand."
No, you shall never wash my feet.
"Unless I wash you, you have no part with me."
Then not just my feet, Lord, but my hands and my head as well.
After he washed their feet, he sat back down and the warmth in the room shifted. He said, "I tell you the truth, one of you is going to betray me."
Every person at the table looked at each other. The disciples started asking, one by one,
"Is it I, Lord? Surely not I."
"Lord, who is it?"
And Jesus took a piece of bread and dipped it and said, "It is the one I give this piece of bread to."
He handed it to Judas.
And the Bible says, as Judas took it, Satan entered him completely.
And Jesus looked at Judas.
The man he had walked 3 years with, the man he had called, the man he had trusted with the money, and said to him,
What you are about to do, do quickly.
Judas left. The door closed behind him. And John writes, and it was night. In the silence after Judas left, Jesus took the bread, broke it, and gave it to them. "Take and eat. This is my body, given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Then he took the cup, This cup is the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for you for the forgiveness of sins." Then they sang a hymn together, 13 voices, 12 of them unaware that by morning everything would be unrecognizable, and walked out into the night toward the Garden of Gethsemane. An olive grove on the slope of the Mount of Olives, ancient trees gnarled and enormous, the kind of trees that had been alive for centuries. Jesus left most of the disciples at the entrance. He took only 3 deeper, and Peter, James, and John, and said to them, "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." He went a little further and fell on his face, not kneeling, not bowing, face on the ground, and he prayed, "If it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Please, if there is another way, let there be another way. Yet, not as I will, but as you will." The cup. Theologians have written for 2,000 years about what that cup contained. Not just the physical torture, though that was real, but the cup represented every sin of every human being who had ever lived or would ever live. The weight of every act of cruelty, every child abused, every woman betrayed, every man broken, every lie ever spoken, every act of darkness from the beginning of human history to its end. All of it poured into one vessel, and he was about to drink it alone, in full. He came back to the 3 he had asked to watch with him. They were asleep. He woke Peter. "Could you not keep watch with me for 1 hour? Watch and pray, so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." He went back, prayed again, and this time, Luke the physician records a detail so medically specific that doctors have written papers about it. Luke writes that his sweat became like drops of blood falling to the ground. This is a documented medical condition called hematidrosis that occurs under extreme psychological stress when the capillaries in the sweat glands rupture and blood mixes with sweat. It has been documented in soldiers facing execution and individuals facing catastrophic outcomes. The God of the universe in a human body was under so much anguish that his sweat turned to blood.
He came back. They were asleep again. He didn't wake them. He went back and prayed a 3rd time, the same words. "Father, your will be done." And then, lights. In the olive grove, torches moving between the trees, the sound of many feet. And at the front of the crowd, Judas. They had arranged a signal beforehand, the one I greet with a kiss, that is the one. And Judas walked straight to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. And Jesus said to him, "And Judas, are you betraying the Son of Man?" With a kiss. The soldiers moved forward. Peter drew a sword, cut off a soldier's ear. Jesus healed it and told Peter to put the sword away. He said,
Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and He will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen this way? And then, one by one, then all at once, every single one of them ran. The Bible says it plainly. Then all the disciples deserted Him and fled.
Jesus stood in the garden, surrounded by soldiers, hands bound, every friend gone.
Alone in the dark, they took Him to the high priest's house, and the longest night of human history had only just begun. They sat in the upper room and broke the bread. He told them one would betray Him, and they filled with dread. He washed their feet and poured the cup and sang the song. And Judas left into the night and carried what was wrong. Gethsemane, the olive trees, the sweat and blood and prayer. The God who made the cosmos asked if anyone was there. The disciples fell asleep and left Him trembling in the dark. And then the torches came like teeth into the heart, a kiss upon the cheek and the word friend spoken aloud. And then the soldiers took Him and the disciples hit the crowd. He stood alone in the garden, bound and betrayed and cold, and chose to go on forward as the scriptures had foretold. The night that broke the circle, the night the lights went out, the night the ones who loved Him ran from everything they'd found. He asked them for 1 hour, just 1 hour to stay, and woke to find them sleeping. Then they all ran away. Judas came with torches and a kiss upon his face, and 30 coins of silver bought the darkest kind of grace. He could have called the angels, 12 legions waiting there. He chose the cup instead and drank every last nightmare for you. He drank it for you, every drop for you. They took Him to Caiaphas, where a trial was already running. In the middle of the night, where witnesses had been paid, where the verdict had been decided before the prisoner arrived. And Pilate was already awake, already receiving messages, already dreading the morning. And in the streets of Jerusalem, Peter followed at a distance, his heart hammering, not yet knowing what he was about to do. What he would deny 3 times before dawn.
There is a question people ask about Jesus, usually in a tone of genuine confusion. If He was God, why didn't He just stop it? Why didn't He call the angels? Why didn't He unmake the soldiers? Why didn't He walk away? The answer is not simple. It is not easy, and no one who is honest will reduce it to a single sentence. But the beginning of the answer is this: He chose it. Every moment, every step, every breath between the garden and the grave, He chose it. And the choosing was the whole point. At Caiaphas' house, they ran a trial in the middle of the night. A trial was not legal at night under Jewish law.
They paid witnesses who contradicted each other. Paying witnesses was not legal under Jewish law. Caiaphas eventually asked directly, "I charge you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God." You have said so. And I say to all of you, from now on you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One and coming on the clouds of heaven. Caiaphas tore his robes. He has spoken blasphemy. What more do we need? What do you think? He is worthy of death. They spat in his face. The men who ran the temple, the men who wore the robes, the men who prayed the longest public prayers, spat in his face and struck him and mocked him. Outside, in the courtyard, Peter stood by a fire, trying to stay warm, trying to stay close, trying to hold his courage together with both hands, and losing. A servant girl looked at him in the firelight. You also were with Jesus of Galilee. And Peter, the man who had said just hours ago, "Even if I have to die with you, I will never deny you," said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Another person recognized him. He denied it again, with an oath. A third time, he denied even knowing Jesus, cursing and swearing. And then a rooster crowed. And from across the courtyard, Jesus turned and looked at Peter. And Peter remembered what Jesus had told him at the supper. "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. And Peter went outside and wept bitterly.
In the morning, they brought Jesus to Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor, the most powerful man in Judea, the only man with the authority to carry out an execution. He looked at Jesus. He questioned him. And then he said to the chief priests,
"I find no basis for a charge against this man."
But the chief priests had already worked the crowd. It was Passover custom to release one prisoner. Pilate offered them a choice: Jesus or Barabbas, a convicted murderer. And the crowd, the same people who 5 days ago had waved palm branches and screamed Hosanna, screamed, "Barabbas! Give us Barabbas! Crucify Jesus! Crucify him!" Pilate had the power to stop it. His own wife had sent him a message. "Don't have anything to do with that innocent man. I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him." He had every legal right to release Jesus. He had found no basis for a charge. And Pilate, who had the power, who had the authority, who had the information, called for a bowl of water, washed his hands in front of the crowd and said,
"I am innocent of this man's blood. It is your responsibility."
They took Jesus and flogged him. Roman flogging was not a whipping. The instrument was called a flagellum, a handle with multiple leather strips, each one embedded with pieces of bone, pieces of metal, designed to tear flesh from muscle. He was tied to a post and they used it until the flesh of his back no longer existed as it once had. Medical studies of Roman crucifixion describe this stage as frequently fatal on its own, before the cross was even raised.
They put a purple robe on him. They wove thorns into a crown and pressed it onto his head. The thorns of the Middle East grow up to 1.5 inches long. They were pressed into his skull, and then they knelt before him in mockery.
Hail, King of the Jews!
And struck him in the face again and again. They put the cross on his back. He carried it through the streets. He fell 3 times.
They had to pull a man from the crowd, a man named Simon of Cyrene, to carry it the rest of the way, because Jesus, after the garden, after the night, after the flogging, did not have enough blood left to carry his own cross to the place where he would die on it.
Golgotha, the place of the skull.
They laid him on the cross, drove nails through his wrists into the wood, then through his feet, then raised the cross until it dropped into the socket in the ground with a jolt that dislocated the shoulder joints. And from the cross, he spoke 7 times. The first, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. The first words from the cross were not about himself. They were for the people killing him. To the thief dying next to him, who asked to be remembered, truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. He looked down and saw his mother, standing at the foot of the cross, Mary, who had held him as an infant, who had fled Herod's soldiers in the night, who had watched him grow, who had gone to find him once afraid for his safety. Standing there now, watching him die. Every mother who has ever lost a child knows something of what she saw. And he looked at John, the disciple he loved, and said, "Woman, here is your son." And to John, "Here is your mother." Then, at noon, darkness fell over the land. Not a cloud, not a storm, 3 hours of darkness over the whole land. And at the 9th hour, the end of those 3 hours of darkness, Jesus cried out, not quietly, not a whisper, a loud voice from a broken body, a sound of complete abandonment. My God, why have you forsaken me?" This was the only prayer in the entire ministry of Jesus that did not begin with Father, not Father. My God, the intimacy gone, because on that cross, when he took the weight of every human sin, the Father, who cannot look on sin, turned away. And Jesus experienced, for the first time in all of eternity, the absence of God, so that no human being ever would have to. He said, "I am thirsty." A sponge soaked in wine vinegar raised to his lips. Then he said, "It is finished." In Greek, one word, tetelestai, the same word stamped on paid debts in the ancient world, paid in full. And then he said, "Jesus," the last words, and they are surrendered, chosen, complete. "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." The death, the veil, the earth, and he died. And at the moment he died, the curtain in the temple, the enormous curtain separating the Holy of Holies, the place where only the high priest could go once a year to stand in the presence of God, tore
from top to bottom, not from the bottom up, as a man would tear it, from the top down, as if God himself reached from heaven and tore it in two. The barrier between God and humanity, gone. The earthquake shook the ground, the rocks split, and the Roman soldier, who had been standing there, watching all of it, said, "Surely, this man was the Son of God." 7 times.
He carried what we made of darkness all the way to the wood. He drank the cup of every broken thing and said it was good. He asked them to forgive the ones who hammered in the nails. He promised paradise to thieves and caught them without fail. He looked down to his mother from a place no words can reach. He cried out in the darkness with a cry no man should preach. Forsaken, so that no one who believes will be forsaken. Alone, so that aloneness from that day could be retaken. One word in the Greek, paid in full, the debt is done. The veil tore from the top, and what was separated one.
He died on a Friday.
The earth shook,
The sky tore.
the sky tore.
The soldiers rolled the stone and kept their wars on.
The disciples hid in silence with their fear and their grief. Not one of them remembered what he'd promised, no relief. Mary sat outside the tomb in the dark and the cold, and the enemy was certain that the story had been told. 3 days,
3 days.
he said 3 days,
3 days.
but no one who loved him remembered.
They took the body down,
Wrapped it in cloth,
all placed it in a tomb,
rolled a stone across the entrance,
rolled the stone across the entrance,
sealed it.
placed soldiers to guard it.
The Sabbath came, and for the first Saturday in 3 years, there were no miracles. There were no crowds. There was no teaching. There was no voice, just silence and grief. And a stone that seemed very final. Sunday morning, 3 days after the crucifixion, before dawn, Jerusalem was still asleep. The disciples were still hidden behind locked doors in an upper room, afraid that what had happened to Jesus was coming for them next. But one woman could not sleep. Her name was Mary Magdalene. The same woman Jesus had set free from a darkness she could not name, 7 demons. The Bible says a torment she had lived with until the moment he spoke her name and the darkness left. She owed him everything.
So in the dark, before the sun, she walked to the tomb alone, carrying spices to anoint her body, the last thing she could do for someone she loved.
She arrived, and the stone was already rolled away. The soldiers were gone. She looked into the tomb, and it was empty. She didn't think. He is risen, she thought. Someone has taken his body. And she wept, standing outside the empty tomb in the early morning, alone. Weeping, she bent to look inside again, and saw two figures in white, sitting where the body had been, one at the head, one at the feet. Woman, why are you crying? They have taken my Lord away, and I don't know where they have put him.
She turned around, and someone was standing there. She assumed, because grief makes its own conclusions,
that it was the gardener. Woman, why are you crying?
Who is it you are looking for?
Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him, and I will get him.
And then he said,
one word.
And I, in the voice she knew, and she turned, fully turned, and said,
Rabboni.
Teacher. He said to her,
Do not hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father. But go to my brothers and tell them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God.
Mary Magdalene, a woman, in a culture where women's testimony was not accepted in court, was the first person chosen to carry the most important news in the history of the world. She ran, back to the disciples, back to the locked room, back to the men hiding behind doors. And she said,
I have seen the Lord. They did not believe her.
The Bible says, their words seemed like nonsense. But Peter ran to the tomb and found it empty, and went away, wonder.
That same day, 2 disciples were walking to a village called Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem.
Walking slowly, talking about everything that had happened. And as they walked, a stranger joined them on the road. He asked them what they were discussing.
They stopped and looked at him.
Are you the only visitor to Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened in these days?
What things?
What things?
They told him everything about Jesus of Nazareth, the powerful prophet, the miracles, the trial, the cross, the empty tomb, the women's story they hadn't believed. And as they talked, the stranger began to explain the scriptures, showing them how everything written in Moses, in the Psalms, and the prophets had pointed to exactly what had happened. They arrived at the village. He acted as if he was going further, but they said,
Stay with us,
for it is nearly evening. The day is almost over.
So he went in. And at the table, he took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and gave it to them. And their eyes opened.
And they recognized him. And he disappeared from their sight. They looked at each other. Were not our hearts burning within us while he talked with us on the road, while he opened the scriptures to us? Back in Jerusalem, he appeared to the disciples gathered behind locked doors. He said, "Peace be with you." He showed them the nail marks in his hands, the wound in his side. Thomas, who had not been there, refused to believe it. He said, "Unless I see the nail marks in his hands, and put my finger where the nails were, and put my hand into his side, I will not believe." 8 days later, doors locked again. Jesus appeared and looked at Thomas and said, "Put your finger here, see my hands. Reach out your hand and put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe."
And Thomas, who had doubted, who had demanded evidence, who had refused easy comfort, said, "My Lord and my God." There is one more scene that the movie requires, because there is one broken person who has not yet been healed.
Peter, the man who denied him 3 times by a fire, who wept bitterly, who had been hiding in that room, carrying the specific weight of a man who failed the person he loved most at the worst possible moment. On a beach at the Sea of Galilee, Jesus had built a charcoal fire, fish on it, bread, a breakfast waiting. Peter came out of the water and walked toward the fire, toward Jesus, and sat down. Three times beside a fire, Peter had denied knowing Jesus. And now, beside another fire, Jesus asked him 3 times,
Simon, son of John, do you love me?
"Yes, Lord. You know that I love you."
Feed my lambs
again.
Simon, son of John, do you love me?
"Yes, Lord, you know that I love you."
Take care of my sheep.
And a 3rd time,
Simon, son of John, do you love me?
the Bible says, Peter was hurt because he asked a 3rd time, because he understood. One question for each denial, not punishment, restoration. One declaration of love placed over each act of failure like a seal pressed into wax. Permanent. Lord, you know all things. You know that I love you.
And Jesus said,
Feed my sheep.
Feed my sheep.
Feed my sheep.
He didn't say, I forgive you, but I can never trust you again. He didn't say, you'll always be the man who failed. He said,
Take care of my sheep, lead,
feed them, go forward. The man who denied him 3 times was now given the task of caring for everything Jesus loved. 40 days after the resurrection, Jesus gathered his followers on a hillside and he said, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age.
And he was lifted up, and a cloud took him from their sight, and they stood staring into the sky until 2 figures in white appeared and said, why do you stand here looking into the sky?
This same Jesus who has been taken from you into heaven will come back in the same way.
The enemy had thought he had won. On Friday when the stone was rolled, he had built his empire on death, and death had been undone. Not by power, not by armies, not by force, by love, by a God who was willing to step into the worst of what human existence could produce. The darkness, the betrayal, the abandonment, the torture, the death, and walk through all of it and come out the other side and cook breakfast on a beach for the friend who had denied him.
That is the story. That is the story the enemy has spent 2,000 years trying to discredit, trying to distract from, trying to reduce to a religion, to an institution, to a set of rules, because a story this alive is dangerous.
Mary wept outside a tomb and heard her name.
Thomas demanded evidence and was given the wounds. Peter failed at the worst possible moment and was restored with breakfast and 3 questions. And the question at the end of this story is the same question Jesus asked Peter on that beach, by that fire, looking directly at you. Do you love me?
She came to the tomb in the dark before dawn. She came with her spices for a man who was gone. The stone was already moved, and the soldiers were fled, and the angel sat quietly where the body had been spread. She turned at a voice and assumed it was him, the gardener asking. The morning was dim, and then he said, Mary, one word, just just her name, and nothing in all of creation was ever the same. He met them at breakfast, and he met them in rooms. He met them behind locked doors. He met them at tombs. He asked Thomas to touch, and he asked Peter to leave. He appeared on a hillside with a word and a creed. The enemy had counted it finished and sealed, but the stone that they rolled was the stone that revealed that the war for the world had been fought and been won, not with armies and kingdoms, with a Father and Son. He is risen, the stone is rolled away. The morning that changed everything is here, and it will stay. The enemy who built his throne on every human grave discovered that the God he'd killed refused to be a slave. Mary heard a name and the disciples saw the hands. Thomas touched the wounds and finally understands. Peter got his breakfast and his three-part restoration. The man who failed at midnight got the keys to every nation. Death has died, the war is won, the veil is torn in two, and the God who wept at Lazarus' grave is weeping now for you. And he is, look, he is risen. He is risen. He is risen. He is looking for you. It was always going to end this way. He planned it before the foundation of the world. Before Lucifer fell, before Herod raised his sword, before Judas counted his coins, before Peter wept by the fire, before any of it, he had already decided what he was willing to do. For you. For you. For you.